Nice. I think I'm finally getting this down. At least I like to say that, but then there's always something that pops up and it's like, nope, you've got to always learn. I'm just like, god damn. How long have I been doing this for? And I still come back to I don't know. What I do know though is just finishing up rearranging stuff around. Beautiful. Actually, I'll keep OBS in front of me for now. And then once we start, I'll put it to the side. Anyways, hello, it's I and Skater back for another stream. And I'm just coding today. I was supposed to work today. I didn't get to work too much, so I've been wanting to code a little bit. I don't even know what to say to that. Welcome in. Thanks for the lurk and have a good one with whatever you need to do, my dude. I want to ask you some questions about Marvel if you have the chance to play, but when you're not lurking. If not, I'll slide into your DMs or something. But anyways, let me explain what we're doing today. Well, actually, first let me talk about last stream. And this is just more like a kind of thing, but no surprise, we played a lot of Isaac, and it was a lot of fun. We played with Twitch integration. I looked at statistics, and I broke a record. Rather, I didn't break it, but you guys had to break it on YouTube. But we broke a record for most viewers in a stream. It was 23, which really surprised me. I've never been double digits on YouTube, so thank you very much for joining on in last stream. And we'll definitely be doing more Isaac. I've been playing it slightly in the background for now, but still slowly pushing to get to a good point. We can try to do the actual run I want to do. All right. Anyways, that's there. This is here. I found a website because I was wanting to do coding for fun. Let me switch to my other screen for now. I know! Ah, bright mode! Actually, hold on. Let me see if I can find a dark mode before I... Settings? Before I blind you guys further. That's a Fiverr? What the heck? Alright, no dark mode. At least not that I can see, so just gonna have to deal with it. There's a live mode though. Oh, actually, it was. I'll show what I have on the screen right now. Fuck is the code again? You'll see you soon in this sec, Xenio. Welcome on in, my dude. How's it going? I'm actually gonna update my Twitch stuff real quick because I didn't realize that. There we go. I will promise. I promise that I misspelled it. That I will explain everything. W game, dude. You actually play a game by coding. It's actually a lot of fun. Alright. They say if you... I'm gonna see if I can see myself on stream. They say if you put it in the title bar... For this, it works. I didn't even realize this was a thing. I've just been searching for a dark mode. Because right now... Oh, right now I also fucked up the positioning. Hold on. Nothing happened? Yeah. It'd be that way. And I thought I had everything ready. Oh well. Congrats on first, by the way. I don't know if I said that. But, let me try with the YouTube as well. I'm just all over the fucking place. I do coding games. Coding game. Sorry. think it has to just be by itself for it to work. I'm not sure how they integrate it. I'm gonna do one more thing. And then I promise I'll get started. I'm sorry. Huh. Okay. Anyways, I probably diddle-daddled with this way too much. I promise I'm done! I promise. I mean, I'm still gonna double check it once more and see if I can see if it's changed, but... yeah. Nothing at the moment, that's okay. Anyways, welcome to light mode. Prepare to get your eyes evaporated. So this is a website in which you can play games by coding. And how it works, well, I've already done the introduction. This is my alternate account. I have a main account that I started with because it links to your GitHub. It can be viewed by professionals. So I thought, I'll play around with that too. But what happens is you're given an IDE you can play around with. You're given a shit ton of languages you can write in. And so far, I've been focused on. Let me switch over to YouTube real quick because I forgot to turn on the chat there. TypeScript, a little bit of Python. I tried C# once and tried to get that through. But yeah, there's quite a few different languages you can play around with. So, ever tried Go? You know what? I will try Go because he said so. But there's nothing that you really get out of it other than copy and paste this to get started. Okay, so you try to write code, you write to console to make whatever action you need to, and then, yeah, submit it. Test it, submit it, and boom. I do not have my programming socks on, so it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. It is bright outside. I just noticed my blanket on the windowsill. I do have socks on, just not the coding type. So we're gonna see if that actually works. Wish me luck. What's cool about this website as well, because it has like basically leak code questions where you can just try to solve challenges. You can compete against people in real time. See, there I am. I don't have my mouse cursor on. I will change that. All right. So, anyways, median. We're looking for a median. You're given a non-empty list of natural numbers. You must separate the other half and the other half and find the median. All right, easy peasy. I'm gonna switch to a language I do know. So I'm gonna go JavaScript. Everyone was JavaScript, right? So we're gonna go. We need to make a list. I'm just gonna give an anonymous name. So list push x. We're going to sort this list. So list.sort a b minus b, and then I haven't gotten this problem by the way, but I have had certain scenarios in which I've been needing to use a sort, so I thankfully practiced it recently. So we want to find the middle number. If list.length modulus 2 is equal to 1. Someone's already done, by the way. That's insane. Usually the ones I see that are done first. It's usually Python. So we're gonna write to console the list at list.length divided by 2, and we're going to for it. Actually, we're gonna ceiling it. So I just need to do +1 on that. We'll find the median, which is just a middle number. Else console.log list, and this time we're trying to find the evens, so there's an even amount, so we take the middle two numbers and find the average of those two. So let's see. Math that ceiling, list.length divided by 2 minus 1, or plus 1 I should say. No, it should just be divided by 2. I'm probably gonna get this wrong first time, but that's okay. Minus math dot. I don't even need to do ceiling. It's just length. But I do need to close the list out. List dot length. I don't even know why I'm using a parentheses here. We can just avoid that. Divided by 2 plus 1. This real quick. And then once we have those two values, I did need a parenthesis right there. It's a lot messy. It's pretty messy right now. Divided by 2 to get the average. And let's just test. Usually if it's as simple as these, I can just test one. But in this scenario, 1 through 5, yeah, out should be 3. We got map that ceiling, list out length divided by 2. I should do 4. Okay, that one's good to go. Next one's good to go. This time we get negative 0.5 when we should get 5.5. The difficult part with these is now you can't see what's actually going on with the inputs, and you're only given the output and the expected amount you're supposed to get. So now I need to look and see, okay. List.length is where we're trying to find the median point of, because the length of the list determines what we are trying to achieve, which in this case, this is the index that we're specifying, so list.length divided by 2. Maybe I do need to use a math.floor ceiling. No, because it's always going to be even. Since list.length is odd here, we take the modulus divided by 2. If it's equal to 1, it's odd. Otherwise, if it's not, then it has to be even. So that means when we divide it by 2, it's always going to be an integer value. So list.length divided by 2, let's see. Let's say the list is 8 characters long. And we get the 4th index. We want to get the 3rd index, not the 4th index. That actually makes sense. Okay. Well, actually, no. 0, 1, 2, 3. 3 and 4. 3 and 4 is what we're looking for. And someone got it. 50% and a 0%. Oh, no. Okay. So this should be 4, and we should do a minus. Okay, I see. Does order matter? No. But we do need to add it instead of subtracting it. So let's try this one again. It's successful. Try it again, and it looks like we're good to go. And usually it doesn't load this quickly. Usually it takes a while to load and show my score. So we did it. That was the correct code. Nice. So we got to participate in a Clash of Code, and boom, free XP, baby. And then I guess that's just that's the tutorial over. Now we can go 3 different directions, and this is what's a bit more exciting. So Clash of Code has its own section. I've explored a little bit of it, but you just need to play a couple of clashes. You can do some leak code training and just do some algorithms, or you can play around with AI. Now, it's interesting about this. It's not your typical AI where you're writing with Python and you're trying to use machine learning. What you're doing is writing the algorithm, so kind of like old school AI you see with like bots you playing games with, that reacts to certain criteria to then move or complete actions that you need it to. So that is what this kind of AI does. I want to do another Clash of Code. What kind of sucks about this, by the way, is there is a bit of a waiting time, but it's not too bad. It's 2 minutes, or they decide to press the start Clash button. And the difficulty of the problems can really vary. Sometimes they're very easy. Sometimes it takes me like 10-15 minutes to get it figured out. It really depends. But usually it's just pretty straightforward. Lots of fun. Lots of fun. Oh, it exists. I'll check that after. It's weird to say that, but now that I noticed that, I'm interested in it, and I want to see if it works or not. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, so fastest series of letters, your program must find the first one that is not correctly placed regarding the alphabetic order. A, B, C, D, F, E, G, H. I could just do this. It's honestly not efficient. You could also look for the I'll just type this first and I'll talk. And Z. So, not the way I want to do it, or ideally would do it, but it's there. So, we have a list of letters, and then we let a equals 0, I less than w dot length, I plus plus, and we're going through the length of the string called w, and then we're taking care of characters at I. So we're going to say let index equal -1 if, I'm going to say const letter index equals wi dot find index of kind of forgot how to do this actually. Letters dot find index. There we go. Surprised they already finished it. That was fast. So we find an index and we search for w at I. Then, if we're looking for letter index specifically, letter index less than index that's what we want to happen is if the letter index I'm gonna say it like this actually. If index is less than letter index, meaning that the letter we have found follows the current letter, that's what we want. Index equals letter index. Else, console.log letter index, because we know that one is incorrect. Technically, it should be the one before. Let's see. No, it should be that one. Correct. I'm trying to think how they got it so fast. It's not a function. I'm gonna use Google. Yeah, find index should be a function. Can you turn in the element? Though, it seems to be using a separate method for a boolean rather than the actual character. Find index element array. Index of. Okay, that works a lot better. Oh, I don't want the letter index though. I want WI. Maybe. Why are you saying answer? How do you get answer? Oh, because console right there. I forgot to get rid of it. Okay. 1, 2. We've already lost, so I'm just gonna test all of them. The ideal way of doing that, by the way, is since it takes so long to type out the full alphabet, you can use the ASCII code to determine the letter and then compare the ASCII code at each letter. I didn't know how to do that off the top of my head, and I feel like that would have taken a little bit longer to set up. So, plan B. Good shit. Yes, I'm gonna check this out real quick. Sorry, I just want to check. Oh, okay, cool. Now it shows us. It would probably be a mistake to do that, but yeah. It's fun. It's fun. Alright, so that's Clash of Code. We solved 2 with 100%, which is pretty cool. This one, we just have to do less than 3 minutes. The hardest one I've found so far is you have to win some of them, and you have lightning fast people in it. And I'm seeing some similar faces. That's when it scares me. It's like, they can go faster than me in all this, and now I have to go against them. Reverse. What the hell? Got it. For let I equal 0, I less than n plus plus. Or let j equal 0, j less than n, j plus plus. I'm gonna do string. String. I'm starting with 1. 1 equal. J times. How do I want to do this? This is a row j times n plus I. And then I'm hoping that it does this as a 2 string. And then string plus equal new line. And then be console.log string. What's happening is we're trying to find a... Oh, we need a space. Let's do that. Okay, we got 4, 7, 10, 5, 8, 11, 6, 9, and 12. So we're doing this a little incorrectly. So I need to switch these around. It should be I times n. Someone's already finished it, and they finished it in Ruby? That's impressive. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Why? Because we get an input of 3. I starts at 1. I less than equal to n. The n represents the length of the square. So it should be 3 numbers per, which we are getting correctly. So maybe this should be a 0. But we need this to start with a 1. And then I also need to make sure this is a less than n. 1 through 9. 1, 4, 7, 2, 5, 8, 3, 6, 9. Of course it is. Okay. How do we do that instead? So it's by column instead of row. So this gets row then column, but we want row, column then row. Four. I plus, because I is going to add to the total, j times n. Got it. So I'm going to say j is equal to 0 and less than n, while I is equal to 1 and strictly equal than, or less than or equal to n. And that should take care of it. Just kidding. What did we get wrong? Oh, because we have an extra space at the end. If j is less than n, and minus 1. And that should... Just kidding. What is going on? Oh, if I less than n. There we go. And now we should get it. 1 minute and 25 seconds. I'm curious what their solution was. I wish I knew enough Ruby to be able to read this properly. But puts is how you read, put out to console. You can multiply I plus 1 dot dot I plus n times n modulus n. Oh, they use a modulus. That makes sense. That's actually really clever. It makes me curious if people are actually Googling these and trying to solve them just by Googling the solution or looking at some sort of forum. But those that are actually solving these off the top of their head, immediately putting out this code, big respect. That's just fucking impressive. I got an achievement. Oh, 2 out of 8. Oh, I got 2nd place. Nice. So some of these you have to really go fast with, so. I need to get myself a profile picture. Oh, we got a full party. Alright, let's see if we win. Okay. Give an S to test a string. So, ABC, we get an output of D. Is it saying you have to sum up all the letters corresponding digits? Ah, I see. Okay. Now I really know how to, wish I knew how to do ASCII. Oh, we just do char code. That 65 is what the first letter is. So you can also include numbers and special characters. Oh, in case doesn't matter. Okay. Or let I equals 0, I less than s dot length, I plus plus. So lots of loops. We're going to const char is equal ASCII is equal to s at I dot char, or actually hold on. Do char to ASCII, and then we're doing s at I. And we're gonna make sure we're doing this to lowercase. And then we need a sum. Let sum equal 0. We're gonna add this to the sum. Sum plus equal to ASCII. And then we need to do ASCII is equal to ASCII modulus 26, because 26 characters in that. Except for we have to deal with numbers as well. We'll do this first and see what happens. Then we need to convert ASCII to char after. So far I need to do minus 65 because we are dealing with the specific characters. String from char code. Char to ASCII is not defined. Fuck. Okay. Oh, char code at. I was looking at that's okay. It was a different scenario. ASCII is not defined. That's because we have it outside. Should be some. Finish it with JavaScript. Nice. We got V instead of D. Okay. We're now out of the running, so now I want to take my time with this. Welcome back, Nutmeg! I wanted to ask if you played the new Marvel Rival season yet. You've gotten a dip in those waters. Because I've heard, I don't know, I've heard mixed things about it. But, I think it's okay. It sucks to play support right now, though. Let's console error. See what's going on with sum. Hit 99 mod 26. Only a few games so far though. Yeah, I feel that. That's kind of where I'm at too. I haven't even touched rank this season really. Support does suck right now. Yeah, I've heard it's gotten pretty toxic because people really want to blame the support this season. Do some once more. 86 plus minus 65, that is a V, which is not what we want. You think they debuffed Invisible Woman? I didn't pay attention to the buffs and debuffs this season, to be honest. That really sucks if they did that, or did that. Because it feels very dive heavy this season. At the same time, I feel that Emma's a pretty good choice to help with the dives, just a little bit, but just to help out with that. Also, looking away for a quick sec. 97, that's why. Okay. No wonder. Now we get the capital D. I don't want the capital D. There we go. Got it. Negative 977. What the fuck? Negative 977. I'm assuming it's because... Oh. Okay. I have an idea. If ASCII greater than 297 or ASCII less than or equal to 122. ASCII, I'm going to do a let on this. Or is it only specific to characters that can be inside the character? As non-English slash okay, should be okay. That makes sense. We still got a failure on that. Who do you play these days, Nutmeg? Are you still primarily play I can't even say Squirrel Girl. That's always anytime I think of you with that, I always think Squirrel Girl for some reason. Otherwise I think of Thor as your two big ones. Have you played much Emma so far? Why do we get a sum of negative 977? Let me try this again. I'm checking that the ASCII is between 97 and 122. And if it is within that range, we then add to the sum. If it's not in that range, then we ignore it. So why? It makes sense when we convert it, that's fine, but whenever we're taking the initial sum before we convert it, is incorrect. Any character that is not an English letter shall be ignored. So we're taking Roman characters, no accents. Let me console.error. So yeah, 111. Why are we getting a 33? It's because it's an or statement. That's why. That makes so much sense. Yep, that's what it is. I don't know why. I've been getting or statements thrown around instead of my hands. Man. Okay. So what this guy did, they let a variable represent the sum, and then they use a regex match for a constant of A to Z, which I don't know what a GI is specifically off the top of my head, but for each character within the series that match. I'm wondering if GI is actually an ignore case on casing, but they will take the E char code at modulus 32 minus 1. Why 32? Interesting. That's very interesting, actually. It's like 3 out of 6, though. 6 out of 7 is a bit rough, but is okay. I still solved 2 of these just in like less than 3 minutes. Alright, let's do this. Fastest, find a total sum of the first n positive numbers, the first n positive squares, and the first n positive perfect cubes. Okay, easy. Or let I equal 0, I less than in plus plus. I think I should do 1 and then equal. We're gonna let sum. And then we do sum plus equal I plus squared plus I cubed. And then we console logs. Boom, 48 seconds. Whew. That one I feel pretty good about. Wow. So what that problem was is a series of adding base values in their listing. So you increment by 1. You take the number itself, the square of that number, and the cube of that number, add all 3 numbers together, and then add it to the total sum. Do that for each iteration until you get to where your end value is, and then that is your total sum. So nice. I'm just trying to do missions right now. Right now we do 2. Can't even think of words right now. We do 2. Yeah, words. 2 completion 100% on tests, and then needs to be less than 3 minutes each. I know after that one we have to win 2 matches. I don't know if it'll count past wins or not. Calculate the sum of the squares of all even numbers adding up and including the given integer. Okay. I equal 1, I less than n, I plus plus. So we need to take the sum of the squares of all even numbers up to and including the given integer and output. So if we do 6, that's 36, that's 16, and 4. If I modulus 2 equals 0, then we're going to let sum 0. Sum plus equal math.pow I squared. Now we need to console log sum 20 and 56. Okay, we need to include the value. Submit. So that's at least the under 3 minutes. Nice. I wonder if it needs to verify the conditions, but yeah, because right there it says win 2 clashes. I haven't received any wins yet, so I'm curious to see what happens with that. While we wait, I'll go ahead and do an algorithm one. And this one's pretty interesting. What you do is... this is pretty similar to Elite Code, but I really want to try Go just because they specify it. Golang. That one is just a paste what we give you, and that's it. Let's do the descent. Destroy the mountains before your starship collides with one of them. For that, shoot the highest mountain in your path. So we're looking for the tallest mountain. Okay. Golang, I am a little rusty with. I can't even say rusty necessarily because I haven't really used Golang much. So I need to figure out how to declare a variable. I know you can use an direct variable. I just don't know if you have to use some sort of type when you declare a variable. I do know that Golang is quite picky when you do... oh, okay. If you use the colon and the equal sign, then you don't have to declare the type. So we're going to say max equal -1. And index. And these are going to complain because I haven't used them yet. Golang is the weirdest language I have encountered in the case that if you declare something, it has to be used, otherwise it will throw an exception. No other language I've encountered has done that. There's probably another one out there, but usually it's okay if you don't declare things. And it's very interesting because if you utilize packages, you have to use whatever you declare or whatever you import. Otherwise, it doesn't like it. It's just like, why would you do this to me? Alright, so we have a max value, and then we have the index for where the occurrence takes place. So right now we're printing 4, height to mountain. That's what we're given. And that's fine. And it's saying that max declared but not used. Okay, it's not happy about that. If the height of one mountain. I'm just gonna ignore that, to be honest. Because it's going to the pointer of the mountain H. So oh, it's scanning in the mountain. Okay. If mountain H is greater than the max, then we set max equal to mountain H. I don't remember, do you use semicolons in Golang? I think they're optional, but I don't remember. Oh well, we're gonna try it and see what happens. Alright, max is equal to mountain, and then x is equal to I. Actually, I'll just leave it out. Fuck it. We'll go consistent. Then, print. And we're just gonna print out the line for index, because we want to destroy the specific mountain's index. Alright. Your program did not write to the standard output in due time. A single line. Okay, we just only need one line. I thought like we would shoot all the mountains in the path. So why unreachable? Why? That is okay. Question 1. How do you write to console in Golang? I'm assuming I'm just missing the F. The FMT package, which we import. Oh, print line. Maybe it's because I'm not printing the line out. Okay. So what's cool about this site, by the way, is anytime you try to do something, you can, and I love the animations in it, but you can go through each iteration of what's performed and see what happens. So in this one, we got 0. That's good. Now we want to go for mountain 1, and we still have 0. Why do we still have 0? Okay. Max equal -1, index equals negative. Boom! Nice shot. It didn't clear the prior instances of these two values, so it just only kept it was the maximum from the previous round, and then it was incorrect because of that. It was referencing the same index that was already cleared, so that makes sense. I'm gonna try all these, make sure they're okay. And there. Nice. I do not recommend this site for learning new languages, but at least so far I do not. 3 out of 8? I didn't get first place? Yeah, it's okay. We got one. So I consider that, I consider that a victory. Because not all of them are time-based. Some of them are size-based, so you have to minimize how much code you write. Which is interesting in itself. Very interesting. Okay. So after this one, I'm uploading the profile picture. I want to look like one of the cool kids. Wait, essentially this is the website. This is it. What I'm gonna do is I can launch the class whenever I'm ready. But I'm putting on my iconic headphones. So that way I can use I'm hoping it did not change me to Go. It did. Okay. Fastest mode. I'm going to switch to JavaScript. You'll be given 2 lists of integers that are already sorted. You must merge those lists into a single sorted list. Okay. Let's in 1. Let's in 2 equal 1. Actually, let me just do 0 on both of those. 4. 0, I less than. Are these both the same? Okay. Let's length equal math that min of in1 dot length and in2 dot length. 4, let I equal while. Actually, I don't even need to do that because I'll just do while in1 less than in1 dot length and in2 less than in2 dot length. If, let's say in1 at in1 greater than in2 dot in2, and we're trying to do sorting. I don't know how these are sorted. So I'm just going to do less than instead. It doesn't matter what we do. Then we will write to a list by pushing the element. And then n1 plus plus. Else, if they're the same, let's go with list.push into next to into plus plus. All right, that's the first part. Second part, now we need to make sure that both lists are completed. N1, and then N1 plus plus, while N2 less than N2 length. Just that push N2, N2, and then N2 plus plus. Someone already finished in Python. Jesus. Then you just do console.log list. And it didn't like that. Why? Oh, because we don't even have the list created yet. Okay, I see how it is. Let L1 equal empty list. Let's L2 equal empty list. Sure, we can do that. And then L1 dot push K1. Then L2 dot push K2. Then replace N1 with L1. And then N2 with L2. It's more likely a better way to do all this. Oh, and then we have to do a special. Okay. String equal I equals 0, I less than less not length. Plus plus. Time to win. String. If I less than length minus 1, then we're gonna also add a comma. Now we can console log the string, and it gives us 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 instead of 1 through 6 instead. Yeah, because we have 0 indexes to start both of these. And then the length, we are encapsulating inside the specific links. One, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6. So we have the length of these two. I don't even need N1 and N2. They're just there. And then we push through both lists. Next, N1 lines. Oh! I see why now. I'm doing fucking I instead of LI. LI is not defined. That's because I wrote it as the keyword list, didn't I? There we go. I feel silly. Both empty lists. If alright. Easy fix. Alright, strategy for that one. We're already given that the items are in correct order in both lists, so all we have to do is just assign those items to their specified lists. We could probably skip this step and actually make it a little bit easier. I don't know how, off the top of my head, so just do that. Then we have two separate indexes keeping track of where in each list we are. We want to make sure that we do not extend past a list length, because if we do that, then we'll throw an index out of bounds exception. So we limit it to these, and then depending on which value is smaller in the list that we're comparing against, we're going to add it to the main list. Once we reach the end of one list, that means we've already sorted through everything we can, meaning that the other list, which still may have items in it, it will have items actually. Excuse me. Will needs to be accounted for. So we have to push through all the remaining items in that second list. That's why we have these two while statements. The first one tells us, all right, is there anything in the first list that we missed? If so, push them through. Is there anything in the second list that we missed? If so, push them through. They will never both be called or entered, because one list has to complete and the other one has to follow up by manually entering everything else with that comparison. So that's why we do both, but we only use one of them. Then we just write it as a string, chain list of strings in a comma separated list. Only produce a comma for all values before the last value, and then check if the string is empty or not. If it is empty, write the word empty. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. There we go. The other one I got first out of each. Hecky. I don't like that mission. It's so stressful. And then this one you have to play like 50 clashes, and we can do that at some point, but no. This one I did do on my alternate account, so I'm gonna challenge myself by using a separate language. Let's do Python. So what this does is we are playing as Thor, and we need to go to Thor's hammer. Thor can only go in one direction. So the light represents where the X and Y positions of the hammer is, or are. And then the initials are where Thor starts from. So we go from 0, 0 to the maximum values of 40, 18. So one of the ways we can print is if we print a southeast. And I do remember the solution, so I'm gonna cheat a little bit by recreating it from memory. But I'm gonna keep this debug there because I'm not gonna remember to print that. I never use debug print statements in Python. Okay. So how I did it was, well, first of all, if you want to try this on your own, pause now. Okay, you paused? Alright. Well, let's see how you did if you tried it with this. The first thing you want to do, and we could go for every single scenario. Is it to the top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right? Is it just up, down, left, and right? That's a lot we can do. But I'm gonna only do 4 checks. We only need to do 4 checks. So we're first gonna check, is it north or south of us? Why? The reason is, the way that we write all of these directions, we always start with north or south. If we don't have either, then we can write east or west. If we do, then we follow north or south with east and west. So we're gonna assign that value to the string. So let's write string. And we can probably define this as a string type. I should probably name it something different. String val, because the type is string in Python. You don't have to declare your types in Python, but it is technically strongly typed if you want it to be. Pretty cool. Alright, so string val is equal to empty string for now. If we're looking for initial tx, and we're just looking for vertical. I don't know why I started with x, it should be a y. If initial ty is greater than light y, that means that we start above the position of the hammer. I did almost forget though. We are starting, because y at 0 is at the top, y at 18 was it, is at the bottom. So if we are higher in value compared to the light, then we need to go upwards, meaning that string val plus equals north. We need to go north. Initial is not defined. Oh, because they use a different naming schema. That makes sense. Different languages have different naming schemas, and I was just immediately thinking, all right, JavaScript. Else if, or actually we can just say, yeah, no, we're right. Else if initial ty is less than light y, string value becomes south instead. And that way, we don't check for an else statement, because if it's on the exact same level, the same vertical level, we don't add north or south, we just keep it blank. So that's what we want to do. Then we just do the same thing with east and west. So if initial ty is greater than light x instead of y, then let's see, we start to the left and we need to go to the right. So we need to go east. else if initial tx is less than light y. I misrepresented that. Hold on. This is a west because we're starting to the right of it. Okay, sorry, I got this mixed up. Because you start 0 to 40 for x, so left to right. So string value, whenever we're trying to go to a light value that is greater than the initial value, when we want to go to the right, aka go east. Then we get to print string value. This did not work. We found an empty string. Why is that? So we have string val, which is a string. I always forget how to append to a string in Python. And it should just be as straightforward as a plus equals, if I remember correctly. Oh, Python does not like it when you use plus minus, does it? Alright, well, I'm going to do something very silly with this, and we'll just write it out descriptively. Rickst Witch, thank you much for the follow, my dude, and welcome on in. We're gonna do this the silly way. String val plus in. Probably just do it like copy and paste. Honestly. Nope, same result. Okay. Well, darn. What is going on then? Let's see. Hello there. How's it going, my dude? Can I call you Witch, by the way, or do you have a preferred name? Okay, so we have the variables names written correctly. They are given to us in a list, so we split the input, and it's assumed to be a space-separated input. Should be somewhere. Rick's Twitch. Ah, clever. Nah, it's all good. Sometimes, I like that there's meanings behind usernames. It is interesting to learn what it is. Interesting. Especially since it's hard to find certain names that you can use on your own that hasn't been taken. Sometimes it feels difficult, so I feel that. That's a Boolean. No, I'm just kidding. So what brings you around these parts? You like coding? Well, answer that I'm trying to figure out why this is not going to work. And I feel embarrassed because I've been using Python for over a year now. I should know this. Looking to see Python action? Oh, shit. I feel like you're in the wrong place then. I say that jokingly, but I've been working with, well, yeah, you're seeing me fail critically right now for something that should be a bit easier. But, I have been using JavaScript, TypeScript. I haven't used C# yet, but I do know that. Python I should know, so I wanted to try it. I tried Golang as well, which was pretty fun. So, but yeah, so you're a Python kind of dude. I see. I'll block you guys for a quick sec. Yeah, it should just be a... How do I even get this? It should just be as simple as what we're doing right now. You just know the basics from C#, C, and Python? Wait, you're not talking about C++, but C? Damn, that's actually impressive, dude. I am too scared to try to tackle on C. I tried. Nope. But really basics learning every day though. Oh, are you new to coding? Or is it just something that you've been picking up slowly over time? Heck yeah, dude. Welcome. If you're newer, welcome on in. What is this? God damn it, Xenu. Welcome on in, new Xenu. What brings you around in these parts? How'd you find me, Xenu? Do you like Xenu, or do you like 99, or I was about to call you Onion because I was trying to read the Z in IO. Oh, should I call you Zen IO? Ooh, I like that name actually. Okay. Initial TY greater than Y. Initial TY less than like Y. We're gonna print and debug. Nice to meet you. Those are nice, your name, my dude. Alright. Easy. We're just going to write these in reverse order. Why reverse? I don't know, but I've already started and now I can't stop. 4, 5, 4, and 31. So TY and TY, or TY and Y, those are the same. So as expected, we're not going to do anything with that, meaning that neither north or south is going to be utilized. Is it possible? Oh, you order this. And I'm going to switch back to this because this is, we're doing this. This is what I want. This is what we're going to get. We need to convert the inputs to integers. And that's why it's failing to compare. It's because they're trying to compare strings instead of integers. So, let's see. It should just be a wraparound. It should just be int. And then int. And then I'll fix this here in a sec. How dare it gives us these free variables without converting them for us? I cannot believe. Yep, and that's what it was. It was just I was losing my mind just on the string interpolation. Or that's not even an interpolation, but adding to strings. It's as simple as just fucking trying to determine what it is. Alright. So I can get rid of this debug message. I don't need it. Easy angle failed us. Okay, we'll go to this in a sec. Not logical, the given coordinates of strings. Yeah. The way, okay, I'm gonna be honest. Do not write it like this. This is gross. If I were to actually give a suggestion to write it, declare it probably up here. I don't know if you could do it in the same line, but definitely declare it as separate integers. I'm doing this because lazy. I am setting a bad example by doing that. But it does make sense because they are providing it through the console, and it's always going to be interpreted as a string whenever you read from the console. But otherwise, I do agree. Yeah, it's gross that they're strings. It's just If I say anything you already know, I can't assume what people know, so my apologies in advance on that. But we see that Thor continued to go in the same direction, so they were considering in the southwest direction. We don't want southwest. We want to determine what the new string val is whenever the initial y and light y is. I got it. We're always comparing to where we start and where we finish, rather than where we're at. So we need to hold two new variables, and I'm going to hold it out here, last x and last y. Not defined, we'll define it soon. That's fine. Last x equal, yeah, I should probably define it. Initial tx. I can spell initial. I always learned that it's always best to just copy and paste what you write down, and then automatically, yeah, just retype everything by pasting rather than trying to type it manually. I've learned this. I've learned this in the industry, and yeah, I still don't do it. Because I don't even know. I'm just a wild one. So if we go north, last x is going to be... You want last y, actually. We want the last visited y to be what the current position is now. So we're going to add... Well, we're going to subtract because we're going north, which is up. Because we're going towards 0 by going up. So we're going to subtract equal 1. And then last y here, we're going to add, because we're going south, we're increasing the y value 1. Which is weird because when we do it with the x instead, we're going to plus equal when we go, well, actually when we're going west, we're going to subtract equal by 1. And then by east, because we're going to the right, we want to increase our x value by 1. That makes sense. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay. And as I said before, this is my second time doing this, but I fell for the exact same trick twice now. I forgot about that condition. Nice. And an optimal angle, it's just going to be the same scenario. We just want to make sure that we get to the same position. Nice. So you match the y coordinate exactly. We should have enough energy to get to the end. Woo! So now we've tried Python, baby. I don't want to do this on this account. We can try Go, Python, and TypeScript. Well, these aren't certified. We could try... I don't even count Go, because that was just one where we copied and pasted exactly what we had. So I don't feel like that one deserves to be counted. But we can also do medium puzzles. But what I do want to do as well, let's try the AI and see how that goes. It is very interesting so far because, and I love it myself. I just discovered it yesterday. I played on my main account, but it's interesting how this game makes you code to play it. I love that. It's a lot of fun. Let's write some code. But yeah, how it's titled, how it's listed in the title, is the name of the website. If you want to, I don't know if you came from that website, Rix, or if you just stumbled across my stream looking for coders, but that's the name of the website. You can go to it and make an account, and you can play. Okay, let's do. I think earlier I did TypeScript, so let's try one we haven't used yet. I'm gonna suffer by doing C++. Heck yeah, dude. If you try it, I don't know if you can try it now, but let me know how it goes. I'd love to hear. Imagine writing the console with arrows. And this one, what's funny about this one, when I was doing it earlier, I know what the issue is. It's because it's writing the incorrect coordinates of the checkpoint. It should be X. Should be X and then Y, and then it's printing out the strength of the thrusts with that 50. And now we're good to go. Congratulations, your pod has finished a race, even though we're still racing. It's like we're not gonna let this finish on your own. You have to just basically accept it and go from there. But yeah, the type of AI we're talking about here, for anyone, I talked about it when we were going over the different sections, but on this AI, it's not typical like what we consider AI these days with machine learning and stuff like that, which for anyone interested, Python is a good language for that. But we're talking about like old-fashioned bot AI. We give instructions whenever a scenario occurs, and the programmer executes those instructions. For example, we're setting the thrust power to 50 so that it's always producing a speed of 50. When we add more variables to it, or scenarios to it, then we determine what the bot should do for us. So we make it think based on our decisions. So right now it's going pretty slow because the maximum thrust is 100. The slowest thrust is 0, meaning you're not even going to move. So we want to make sure that we're moving at top speed. So we switch that to 100. And boom, we're a lot faster. Though we're gonna awkwardly drift into the circular gates because we're probably gonna miss it. Alright. I don't want to go into the pods yet because I guess everything just we win, I guess. No, we lost one. You know what? One thing I'm gonna do before we continue. I'm gonna come back to this here in a sec. We're gonna go through all these and I'm gonna switch screens for a sec. I find it interesting though that it's kind of hard to see, but I can't full screen it, otherwise part of it's gonna get cut off. I find it interesting. There we go. Now we have more parameters. That I forgot what I was saying already. I find it interesting that we had so many ones there, and I don't get why we had so many ones. I'm wondering if some of those might have been bots or they just were incomplete or whatever the scenario was. Okay. I promise we're going back. I just want to... I forgot to change my profile pic. Sure, I'm doing that real quick. Excuse me. Alright, I'm happy. Now we got Panda. I don't know, is this the same one I have on Twitch? Yeah, it is. I never remember which Panda we use on Twitch, so I'm happy with that. Okay. So we got a little bit of XP, and then we need to reach a Bronze League, which arguably takes a bit of effort compared to everything else. Because on this one, now we can play with the angle. Excuse me. So let's see. Sir, see air instead of CN or CM. So let's see. Next checkpoint angle and next checkpoint angle. So I'm going to if the statement. And what's cool about a lot of conditional statements in programming, Python's going to be a little bit different, but not too different. Conditional statements are pretty uniform. So C++, C Sharp, JavaScript, Java, pretty much have the same formula. Slightly different syntax in how you write equal signs, but other than that, I would say they're pretty much the same. So we need to get the distance and angle, which we check with the next checkpoint distance and next checkpoint angle. So we're going to do angle if this is greater than 90 or less than negative 90. And I forgot how I did this before. I'm just writing it like this because it's right here. And instead of having to rewrite the print statement each time, I'm just gonna declare a variable thrust. We're gonna consider that an integer equal, we're gonna set it to default 100. And then we're gonna set thrust equal to 0 for now. If returning, maybe we'll set to like 50. It actually should be, now that I think about it, it should just be a string. Thirst instead of thrust. There we go. What is going on? Can I initialize a variable of type int with an L value or type constant? Yeah, that's fine. I forgot to change it to a string. I forgot what a string is in C++ off the top of my head. With quotation marks. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if we did that? Thankfully, I never did that in my life. And definitely not about 5 seconds ago. Okay. I forgot if there's string interpolation in C++ or not. So I'm gonna look that up. I don't want to just use the plus sign and add strings that way. I want to... I could do the standard format, but... yeah. Can't help you, that's okay. Again, C++ is weird with how it does strings. It does also have a print statement similar to C, but usually the arrow keys are what's used. That's what people usually tend to go with. Okay, that's fine. We'll make it a little bit more painful. Thrust, and then we'll end. So what we're doing right now, and this probably doesn't make much sense because I jumped right into it, but we're just only checking to make sure that we understand the angle. When we have an angle of a certain value, we're going to decrease the thrust until we readjust to a favorable angle. Which in this case, we're barely keeping up. Because we're basically right on top of the boss. And that is not going to be as fun. You know what? I think we can change this a little bit. Yeah, there's the logic right there. And hint, they say thrust equal 100. I don't see the hints. I am blind. But they do give this right here for the pseudocode. So thank you for pointing that out for a hint. Underneath the game. Am I just blind? Okay, so you're saying it is this way. Okay. Oh, with this. Okay. Okay, you were pointing out the pseudocode. Good eye, good eye. So, we've basically done that, and I'll explain that a little bit how we did it. I did 50 instead of 0. We're going to switch it to 0 and see if that works better. But, how we've written this is essentially the same as writing the pseudocode. And it's like saying we set thrust equal to 0 right here, or whatever you want to set it to, it doesn't matter. If we reach that angle, so if we're in between 90 and negative 90, which we're outside of favorable position to move forward, we're going to set thrust equals 0. Else, we set thrust equal to 100. So that's another way we can write it. We can explicitly write the else statement and set it in that position. Another way we can do it, which I had it before, is we predefine the thrust value to 100. And if we want to change it, we can, based on the angle. If we want to keep it the same, we can. So otherwise, we'll keep it at 100, which I think is pretty awesome. You can do that with the way you can declare and write conditional statements. It's very confusing at first. Whenever I learned it first like that, it took me a little bit to grasp. But I just like that you can do that. Same with like ternaries. Ternaries are a lot of fun too. But yeah, I think we're better now that we have the 0 on the thrust. I completely forgot about that. Though, I just realized we can change the way that we write the strings to have a space in between them, so we don't have to include this extra interpolated string. We just leave it as is. And I feel like that'd probably be a lot better. We've already gotten to this point, so it's fine. Come on! Yes! Alright. We beat the boss! It's now time to beat some ass! That came out a lot worse than I was imagining. Okay, but it's looking good so far. I do like that it shows some races, and you can see how it actually races, but the program which automatically calculates who will finish based on the parameters that you input, I think that's really cool too. I want to know how the engine works for that, but the fact that you can even do this with the algorithm itself is mind-blowing. I wonder if it just generates the full list of movements that you make, and then if you want to watch it, it can play it for you. Otherwise, it just has it and determines the timing of the elements. Did we win all these races, including the boss? Nice. Because I guess we have to beat the boss to be able to move forward. So if the boss is on top, then we just beat the boss and we move forward. Okay. And that one feels silly, and I feel silly because I didn't know it myself, but the fact that they actually include the nice, next please. The algorithm for it is telling of itself. It's like, huh, how did I not see that before? Alright, next we have the boost element. And what the boost does is we're allowed to use one boost in the race. I'm going to switch the programming language to Python. And I'm just going to... Oh, shit. Do I get to keep what I had earlier? Yeah, we do. Okay. Python. Don't mind me, I'm just quickly... I forgot. We don't have those in Python. That's I'm just gonna write thrust equal 100 if next checkpoint angle greater than 90, or next checkpoint angle less than negative 90. Then we just write the thrust as 0 instead. Okay, so we can do that. Now we have a boost, and I'm going to keep a parameter for boost because the boost can only be used once. Once per race, you may substitute your desired thrust with the keyboard boost to grant your bod a burst of speed. have. I forgot how to interpolate in Python, so I'm just going to be lazy, not do it. Just going to write thrust right there. And then we write the is boost used. We're going to say that's false. And now we get to have multiple conditions. So first I'm going to say if is boost used is false, so if not, boost used. And next checkpoint dist, and this one I'm just gonna explain what I did with it. Let's go 5,000. Thrust equals boost. So what we do here is we can only use the boost once, so we're gonna check to make sure that the boost has been used. We're gonna set is boost used to true once we do use it. We're gonna check that it hasn't been used yet, so is boost used checks for that. And because we have an and operator, we need to make sure that the intersection is complete. So next checkpoint distance greater than 5,000. How we calculate distance, it's like a little sliver is 1,000. I'll show you what it is. It took me a while to figure that out, but there we go. Right there is the 1,000. It's pretty small. So I'm just quickly going about this. And we're barely keeping up though. All right. Well, as long as we win it, that's all that matters. Come on! Oh, this is not our one. This is not our one. Okay. Let's see. Negative 90 to 90. I think we just add the thrust to, I don't know, maybe 50. Change it just a little bit. But we do set the boost to be right off the bat and straight for the 10,000. Or 5,000 in this case. Oh, but that's not going to be... Okay. One more thing we changed to it. If we use it at any angle, it might push us away from the trajectory of where we're trying to go. So, and next checkpoint angle, let's make it 30 degrees. For the... I don't know, I pressed save, but nothing happened. I don't know why. I don't just use the absolute power of the angle value, but here we are. So if I want to use less than rather than greater than, and then here I use greater than. So that way, if we're just like in that small sliver that we can look forward to, then we activate boost. That will save us. Okay. We got a bit of a slow start, that's fine, but we have boost right there. Haha, and the dummy robot used it way ahead of us. That's silly. But they are slowing down pretty fast compared to us. Okay. But it doesn't matter because we overtake right there. And then I might need to decrease the thrust on turns. Other than that, I think we're pretty solid. I think we're good enough. Because we kind of just shortcut it by turning around, making that angled turn. And that's what saves us a little bit of time. We'll test it out though. All right. Wish me luck. I'm gonna check Discord real quick. One of my friends' Discords got hacked, or not necessarily hacked, but someone had a bot that posted a link in every channel, and they've been talking about that a little bit. And one thing I saw was, I'm trying to think what I saw exactly, but people were talking about like how they interacted with it and shit with it. I was like, oh no, they've got the viruses. But I was checking on that a little bit because I was asleep whenever it happened, and I was like, "Damn, that's tough. That is actually pretty tough." Okay, so it seems like we've won a majority of these so far. We've lost a few, but we're on the pretty good side right now. We beat the bot as well, which is at the top, so that's my priority. But when I first tried this, I tried this earlier today actually. I was trying to figure out what the optimal thrust and boost was, and I kept on like doing like these different patterns. I tried doing, all right, set it to this angle, we're going to use this much thrust. Set it to this angle, we'll use this much thrust. But every time I did, I always set the angle very low, like, or thrusted low, like 0, 10, 20. It always made me go a lot slower. So I found that the best way to go about it is what we have now. Keep it simple, short. Keep it simple, stupid. The KISS principle. And so far, it's working pretty well for us. Though, I did get demoted from like 120 something to 1,800. Unless I was in the tens of thousands. I don't know if that was the case or not. But looks like that we got a little pushback. Just a little pushback. Just a little bit. I need to remember that I keep on forgetting YouTube is the thing. Sorry, you guys. I'm still not used to looking at the chat there. Even if nothing pops up, I still want to have it on the side and be like, all right. It's right there for the interpretation and taking. This is the one thing I dislike about this is just how long it takes to go through all the battle progresses. And this is kind of the speed I was expecting earlier when we were doing the clashes. Because it just went really fast right away. I was like, holy shit. We got it immediately figured out. But yeah, no. This one's taken quite a while. Which is nice that you can watch the races. I love how the developers have configured all of this and made it... it's basically very interactive, very... actually for the show, but... yeah, it does take a little while. Especially as you go a little higher. We're over halfway there! Do you believe that? We may or may not be living on a okay, that one's old. That. I'm never going to get over saying that, though. I'm just checking the emails now, and I'm getting emails for being promoted to the next league. I got tempted to stalk my own Twitch channel. Quick sec on my phone. I have fallen for the temptation. I'm sorry. Oh, we beat the boss. At least I think that's the boss. Wow, we actually lost 3 in a row. But that's okay. We got all the way to the top. So 946,759. We're living large, baby. We're living large. Okay. You know what I forgot to do, actually? Nope, not that. I forgot to activate my cursor, and then for some reason it switched my it switched out my screen. So let me fix that real quick. Sorry about that. There we go. Should be good. Yeah. That was scary. But on what I had on the screen at the time, That could have been really bad. What's not bad though is I don't mind that we're losing a few times here and there, and sometimes we trade. But we're doing quite well, honestly. I'd say we're good. I say we're pretty good. We face the boss again. Ranking stabilization. We got all the way to first. Woo! And with that, we now have collide factors. And honestly, this is where I left off. I played around with it a bit and tried to figure out what to do with the given collisions. But there's nothing that you can really do. It's just when you're in a radius of 400 units from another player, you can collide with them. And that's it. Sometimes you can benefit from it, sometimes you get screwed over by it, but usually it's hit or miss. Quite literally. See, that one I get an advantage with, I feel. I do like as well, I don't know why it does now and it did not before, but you can see the speed of your opponent going. So they're always at a 99. Okay, there's I lied, there's 100. But yeah, so far so good. We took advantage of bumping our enemy earlier, so we're using it to fly around. Though we're kind of streaming in certain directions, which kind of make us vulnerable. Yep, there it is. And because of that, we barely get screwed over. So it feels a lot more RNG, but we'll test it again and see what happens. Sometimes it could be a bit more consistent, and I think when I used it earlier, okay, we're at 52,000 to start us off. When I used it earlier, I found that usually I would win half, lose half, just kind of that consistency. But alright, so far we seem to be in a favorable position. I didn't even touch the code this time. I just left it as is because all we're doing is just adding a collision factor, and that's not something we control through the code, or at least what we can write in the code. Well, some of these we're trading. This one we are going to lose, but yeah. What's interesting, I feel like recovery is a big portion of this, and maybe that's why it's half and half for me. I just lost my boost right there, so that screwed me over. But then I got right in front of them, so they bumped right into me. So I think I got advantage on that. I find it interesting how this works though. Like right there, I got screwed over because I went way too far out, but then I bumped right into them, take back over, and now we switch around. It may be possible I bump into the humor. I'm not too sure. Yeah, we bump. But I recover. Nice. That's a lot of losses. We went up 20,000. Okay, so there's a bit of hope. There's a little bit of hope. Okay. Surprisingly won that one. I'm not sure how. But nice. And that one we're just immediately going right to each other. I feel like there's better factors we could probably account for, so maybe a bit sharper on turning without losing too much speed. The sharper you turn, the more speed you lose. But maybe we can increase the thrust on certain angles. And that might be the solution. If excuse me. If I'm a bit too far down, that might be the approach. Thank you, CodinGame, for telling me I've been promoted again through my email. I don't know where I'd be without cough drops. Chronic coughing is a pain in the ass. especially since it's so dry. I actually lost positions. Wow. I'm actually surprised. We had, what, 36,000, 32,000? And now we're back down to 40,000. We're just trying to bump into each other. It's just not going too well. That one went a little better for me. And then I missed the checkpoint. And now it's going terrible. Okay. I think maybe we decrease the thrust a little bit, and then we increase thrust on tighter angles. So for the 90, maybe you switch it down to 40 or 30, and then we check for maybe 45 degrees. And if we're in that, then we can, or if we're outside that, then we can switch to thrust to 50. Because that's a nice tight turn right there. I still want it to be a bit wide like that, though. Kind of like how we're doing these turns. It's not too bad, actually. $35K, baby. We're coming back into it. So anyways, how's your guys' day been? I am kind of iffy because I didn't work as much today as I wanted to, but otherwise doing alright. I've been wanting to play with in JavaScript. I've been having to work with matter.js, which is a physics-based library. So I've been playing around with that and trying to figure out how to do cool little games with that. I've been thinking about updating my portfolio with a demonstration of that, doing some sort of Goldberg machine or some sort of animation. Like, if you guys know Line Rider, if you guys remember the game Line Rider, it's where you draw lines, a guy on a sled writes your line. I was thinking of doing something like that, maybe, just as a demonstration. There goes my voice. And being able to kind of just playing around with that. I think that'd be pretty fun. Anyways, I am going to push this up, else if next checkpoint angle greater than 45, or next checkpoint angle is less than negative 45, then we'll do thrust of 50, and then we're going to set the other angle to 30. I'm actually going to switch it to 60, see how that goes, and we'll test the bot to see how that performs. Okay, a little bit tighter on the turns. Nice. I like that, actually. We don't lose too much speed, or lose too much momentum. We're about the same, but it feels a little more manageable. And I spoke too soon. I wonder if I should do a higher thrust yield, maybe 80, and then hit 40 on wider turn. So we're still underneath that 50. We're missing the turns, so that's not as good. So let's go 30 and 80. Maybe it might be the 45-degree angles. That's just a little too high, but we'll test and see how that goes. I'm still really going on the edge of the numbers, which is a little scary. Yeah, because we just missed right there. That's what I'm waiting for. So let's reduce this to 70. Keep the other at 30, see if that helps. Because we want to at least slow down a little bit. And then... hopefully. Keyword hopefully. It'll round itself out. If I can't beat the boss, at least have a better chance of beating the boss, then I'm kind of screwed on the lineup. Yeah. And then we can go through this and debug it just by looking at the console output. So see what the power is on both. And you kind of notice the boss usually stays within 70 to 100. So they're not really going out of their speed element. The problem with this though is if I try to go for that, let's say I set this to 70, I set this to 80, and run it through. I'm gonna really miss. And it'll become a little problematic. Because that's a really quick turn it has. And again, I'm going right on the edge of the circle, so the gate is possible to miss pretty easy. I feel like this is going to be missed. Yeah. So I'd rather avoid that. That's probably going to screw me over. So maybe we set these angles to 30. We reduce this back to 60. And see how it goes. Because we want to do two things. Be as fast as we can, but also make sure that we don't miss the angles on the turns. We want to aim for the center of them if possible. And when they're right next to each other, that's going to be the difficult part. Because that one's a pretty clean turn. Clean, clean, clean. Okay, we'll try this one. Sorry, Discord is very distracting. Wow, we're still like right in the middle of it all. I don't know if there is a necessary way to go about this, because I do see that there is neural network, and you can also study your opponent's positions or inputs. So it's like, can we learn off of that and then adjust our bot to be stronger based on their input, especially if we get beaten? I don't know if that's a way that we can do it, if it's always initiated from per match. Which if it is initiated per match, then that means we have to yield that option, or throw that option away. We can't store the information in some sort of database. $45,000 though. So I'm gonna say this actually might be a little worse than earlier. Yeah, because we're, well, I don't know, it's still pretty even, I would say. Unless there's a strategy to rush in, and in the case the opponent is there to overtake you, you can instead push them away. Like taking pockets might be a bit more dangerous. Yeah, because now they're going to be right on us, and they can push us away. So that is a strategy indeed. I don't know how viable it is, or if you can really use it much, but yeah, right there, just gave him the win. And that's what feels so unpredictable about this kind of racing, is when they add collision, it's not about going into the full set and completing the race as fast as you can. I mean, you still got that going on, but now you have to really think about how is your opponent going to react? How are they going to move? And how can you use that to your advantage? Because right there, I just went over the spot and I just essentially lost my balance. We came back a little bit. Oh, they missed! They missed! No, but I pushed them right into it! Ha ha! The unpredictable nature of this is just what becomes so exciting, so entertaining. Like, it feels weird that my pod car is trying to do a U-turn. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to just kind of circle around? Maybe that's just me, though. I've been promoted to a new league! I don't feel like I have, though. But thanks for the email. Every single time there's some new email. Now that I think about it, I wonder if there's a way to consider even larger angles. So we're going at 90 to trying to minimize it. And if we have to like completely turn around, maybe it'd be worth going for less than 180, but somewhere above the 90. I don't know. Come on, bump! No! There's always a chance. This might be the chance. It is not the chance. It was not the chance. Wait, there has to be some sort of logic here that we can bypass the standard movement of... oh yeah, it's a mod. The standard movement of collision and how that can set us off. So we're sticking around the 40,000 pretty well. We got a fair share of wins and losses. Some consistent. It just feels very unpredictable with what we have set right now. And it kind of makes me think like, what is the strategy to bypass this? This is not necessarily a coding problem. By this point, it is not a coding problem, I would argue. Rather, a problem of logic in which movement and acceleration, deceleration of a vehicle, how does that impact performance? How do you recover from being bumped? Can you recover from being bumped? And that's just kind of like my thought process. My main strategy is to use a boost right away. And maybe that is not the strategy. So there's always going to be a lot of recuperation. So I have an idea then. What if we utilize a boost in the middle of the race? We purposely delay it by some amount of seconds, and then we try to set it off. I think... Also, a quick question. My mouse does not show up so much. That's because I need to click in the window. That's why. Okay. Darn. Now you guys can tell when I click outside the window. Versus. Yeah. talking about the boost strategy, an advantage of boosting right off the bat is you can leap in and try to take over, try to garner that immediate. They just won that at the end. That's impressive. Garner that immediate lead, to which then they probably can't catch up or they have less take. But it seems like their optimization, angling, and boost management is what's saving a lot of them. Minimizing the turn on boost seems to allow those that overturn too much to bump right into them. And that might be the strategy for completing this, is minimize the turning. How do you minimize turning without losing speed though? So we're pretty much at 46,000. We're in the 40,000. That's not really changing. So let's change the thrust to 0. It sounds ridiculous, but okay. We boost, we bump. We engage in thruster movement when necessary. Except for that one was a bit too much. Okay. So maybe 60. I don't want to lose too much, but we can maybe disengage in speed. Just a little bit. Ah, we got bumped out of the way for that one. Okay. That's not too bad. Not ideal, but not too bad either. Yeah, it's still split down the middle. It seems like we are losing more often, though. I wish I had like a percentage of win-loss. That'd be a lot more convenient to follow through. Because look at those losses. 7 in a row, just to start off. Okay. So maybe we switch this to, let's say, 20. Go back to 70. Tester, Home Edition. Why shrink you? Oh, there's some rank at top, though. We went to 52,000. Oh, shit. We got demoted. Aha, get bumped. I got another email. I was like, please tell me this is not another Coding Games email. No, it's just Papa Jones. Being Papa Jones. Ooh. All right, this is going a little bit better. So we just readjust, make it a little bit faster on both angles, and it seems to work a lot better. Nice. Keep the angles tight. Keep our enemies tighter. Closer. Keep them closer. Yeah, that's actually working very well. Wow. So it's just fine-tuning by this point. What works best for us? Okay, we're expected to win this one, according to the hint that we got. At least that's what I think is gonna happen, but... Okay, yeah, we have a good advantage now, because they spun out. Okay. looks like I think we got the strategy down here. The biggest strategy is make sure that you don't curve outside of the gate, so that way you can capture it, and then if you need to go around it, you're at least touching it. You're efficiently touching it. Yeah, this is going a lot better. Maybe we're just getting lucky with these runs. That's always a possibility. Just gotta see what happens with the rest of these races. Okay, we're back in the 40,000s though, so that's a good sign. If we get high enough on this rating, we're gonna switch over to something else, because I'm honestly not a fan of waiting this long just to get results. It's entertaining, but it's also a bit boring. Just gonna have to like continuously wait for it to complete itself. Just slowly waiting for it all to finish. I do like seeing though, whenever they collide, how they're overtaken. We are gaming, Nep. Welcome on in, dude. Nep. I need to borrow you for some coding. Would you be down? Yeah, there's another thing I can show you guys. I can't do it because it requires at least 2 people to do it, but it's like playing an escape simulator, or I forget what it's called, an escape room, but use coding for it. I right now don't have anyone to play with, so it's kind of awkward. Almost as awkward as these angles that we're taking in this race. What the heck are these angles? Okay. Now we're a bit more even on wins and losses. Okay. It's only a matter of time. Hey, how you doing, Nep? Are you off today? Oh! What an angle, or what a hit. We're only 36% of the way there. It's fine. This is fine. Question mark. Oh shit! So your work starts later in the day then. Oh, of next month? Oh shit, I thought you were still like, unless it's like a relaxation period until it starts getting slightly busier. That's so nice though. Congrats again on the... I want to say more permanent job, but just at least the extended period. I just blew that guy out of proportion. I'm so sorry. My ship is so violent. Yeah, so that's a good, compared to like maybe 3 months of work, 4 months of work, that's a good full year's amount. I don't know if you're getting paid while you're waiting or not, but that's still pretty awesome. You get to go back to it. Shit, 42,000. Look at all these though. That should help. That should actually help a lot. But yeah, Nep, this is your opportunity to learn coding and play video games at the same time. I'm kidding, man. How is you still playing Apex these days? Well, that's probably a silly question. How's your Apex grind been going, my dude? 50%. We're at 35K now. That's pretty nice. That's good. Seriously though, I want to learn how they make these engines to run these simulations, because they're using console output, converting the strings to whatever values they need. And I find that to be pretty awesome. But that also means they're writing their own compilers, which I don't even want to get started with. That sounds like pain. Especially if people can inject their own code. Oh god, that must sound like a nightmare to try to protect against. Don't worry about it. Just keep on fighting the good fight, my dude. Get that predator. No, but seriously, if you are ever down for puzzles, I need a second. Let me know. Oh. That's a lot of losses. How do we get through this? Should be simple enough to just run in the container. I don't think any compilation is necessary since it's always the same format of input. Real Rice Math, welcome on in, my dude. How's it going? But also, trying to think that through, because I actually have never written a compiler before. Can it be sanitized through that approach? Or is it specific to just any general language? Because, well, I should mention this, you can do a lot of languages on the site. But I guess that can be any compiler in a nutshell, now that I think about it. The output of your program is not a program at all, it's just a list of inputs for the engine. That's fair. And what makes it a lot easier with this one is it's reading through console. And that's how it gets its inputs. That makes sense then. That makes a lot of sense. But since it's hosted through a website, actually now I think about it. Okay, it's calling an API, so it's using a different API to run different functions. They have files such as get user, area, divisor, room, ranking. Oh, okay, that's just for ranking. Never mind, that's a separate process. Okay. It actually prints the console if the user is idle or active. Interesting. Saves you from making a separate harness for each language. You've done some contributing to Exorcism, which is a similar challenging and running various languages on the cloud. And it's just a cloud container for them. Oh, okay. Did I learn then? I didn't know that. Because I know, I always think with like websites. My specialty is in websites solely. If there's ways to inject code, especially through an open container like this, how does one necessarily protect against that? And that's interesting here. Exorcism. What is exorcism? Oh, okay, so it's kind of like it's kind of like this website in a sense, or similar websites where you can learn how to code, or at least build your rapport and coding. Okay, interesting. $75 programming languages. Wow, that's scary to think about. Like, there's definitely more than 75 languages out there. When you think of like common languages though, I can't even list up the 75. That would be very difficult. Even getting to 10 just off of memory alone. JavaScript. We count HTML. It's a markup language, right? Java, C, C++, C Sharp. TypeScript's not a language, it's an interpreter language. I forgot the technical term off the top of my head. Python, Ruby, Rust. I don't want to count assembly language, but it is there. Just off the top of my head. It's not that many. Similar website, but different approach. The container does not have internet access. They have a lot of uncommon languages. That's their specialty. Ah, okay. So when the container doesn't have access to the internet, that means it can't execute the code in a live server, meaning that that's its protection. If I'm interpreting that correctly. Interesting, though. They have a lot of really good automations to port their repo of problems to different languages. What do you mean by problems in that scenario? Are you talking about like I'm trying to think actually. Oh, you mean like the general website? The exercises are how it contributes to different languages and how it interprets it. Okay. And in that case, it's just only looking for the output, which is generally across the board the same. Especially if it's only using some sort of console output. I'm assuming it's a console output, right? Then that wouldn't be an issue. You just compare against it. No, okay. It's fancier. Okay. What if I can ask, I don't know how open source it is, but what is used in place of the console? Almost there. Various testing suites and is okay, so I can ask these. Okay, awesome. Oh, so you just use testing libraries. And you're saying that's automatic to write to different testing libraries like that? Really? I don't even want to think about how you do that. Because my immediate thought process is get the language, write the proper syntax for it, and then convert it to a test. And then grab the appropriate objects for it and put it in, but God. That sounds like a lot of work. They have test runners which parse the test library's output. Okay, as long as they have a lot of different contributors. That itself makes sense. I don't know how big these projects are, so. Makes me feel a little better. Just imagining on my own that one person is doing all that, or just like a small team of people are doing that, and no, fuck that. Especially for 75 languages. No thank you. You'd have to be a special kind of masochist for that, in my opinion. But maybe I'm saying that too early. Some people really love the languages. Anyways, 35,000. Not the greatest, but it's a start. I'll take bronze for now, though. I don't know what to really go against next. What the next kind of strategy to, I guess, tackle the issue of collisions is. But for now, I'm happy with where we're at. Oh yeah, so you just read against the whatever the output is, because it's for example with PyTest, I don't know if it's specifically PyTest. I don't remember what testing library it is, but it only tells you if there's an error, but if it passes it, nothing is really said about it. Is that about right with that? Because it sounds like you specialize in Python, which is pretty cool. That's what I was thinking too. I saw 33 and then I saw 35. I'm like, wait, what is it? I wonder what it is now if we look back at it. Because we have to do it another bot anyways, so. What the hell? It's still the same. Which one is it? It's fine. I'm checking one quick thing. I saw the little live icon again. I was like, wait, is someone else streaming this now? It's just me. I need someone that goes on this site to stream it, damn it! I feel alone. Actually, alone. Okay, wrong button. That was embarrassing. Let's see. Glad I came across that way. I'm not specialized in Python in any way. No, that's fair. Because Python is a very popular language. Is it Ruby that's the most popular these days? On a general consensus? I know that's a very ambiguous question because the answer to that would be depends on what you're doing. But I know in general Python's a very, very pretty language. Funny enough, I've only started learning Python a year ago. Otherwise, I'm more experienced with JavaScript, TypeScript, React. I can go to React and C#. I used to hate Python. I used to not want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. I was like, no, thank you. Especially with the syntax, where a lot of it's different, def instead of function, which I learned that's not the only language that does it, but at the time, that's the only one I knew. It was like, I don't like that. And then it has no semicolons. And it's like, technically that's not true for Python, but we're not gonna... I wouldn't recommend semicolons if you can help it. Yeah, it took me a while to warm up to it, but it's very versatile. When in doubt, take the best number for your ego. It's what I do. I talk a big talk, but generally... I have professional experience with some languages, but I'm not that great of a coder. I just like to solve problems and tackle problems. That's reality. I just try my best. It's probably an order of magnitude more popular than Ruby. Okay, that's fair. Because, what can Ruby do? I don't have the answer off the top of my head for that, but... I feel like there's a lot less limitation with Python in its versatility. You can use, you can basically make a website with Python. You can make, it's a lot of data and stats, kind of like how you use it with R. You can make it for applications. I was trying to make a game, a Py game. Trying to make a rhythm game, actually. The indentation bothered me, but I live with it. Yeah. Especially since you can be inconsistent with the indentation. You can, I guess that's any language though. You can choose as many spaces for indent that you want. And that's something I'll never get over. It's a full tab. Full tab or don't indent. Which you need to indent anyways. I will die on that hill. I will die on the hill of full indentation. Also, what are we doing next? Let's see. We still have to play a shit ton of clashes. I can go for another game and try to get bronze in it. Which there was another one I was playing, trying to get a bit better with, but I got stuck in one of the rendering methods because it kept on failing to go to the next step. It's about trees, growing trees. Or we can just solve algorithms. Which actually the medium ones are challenging for me. I was like, yeah. Let's just fight people. Not IRL, but online. Oh, perfect timing. Reverse mode 913579. Okay. For I in range of 1 to n plus 1. If I mod 2 is equal to 1, print I. And I forgot to use a nice nifty little colon right there. Okay, that was easy. Probably not the most efficient though, but that went a lot faster than I thought it would. I'm way too lazy for games myself. Yeah, I've been wanting to make a game for years. Because again, my specialty is in websites, which is why one thing I've been recently playing around with is matter.js. So I've been getting more interested in gravity-based, physics-based libraries. Maybe make a nice little animation for my portfolio. That'd be kind of cool. Normally clashes are harder. Yeah, there can be some pretty big examples. Like the one where I think it was one of them we were doing earlier was trying to find the ASCII value of a lowercase letter, which that one I struggled with, and I feel like I should have been a lot easier, but that was a good challenge. Because there's shortcut ways to get values, and I saw one in Ruby actually earlier, in which someone did a one-liner for a loop, and I was trying to read through it. I was like, how the hell did that happen? And it was just insane. It was honestly beautiful, but also made me kind of nauseous, but it was beautiful. Blue screen of death. Oh, that might have been you? Ooh. I might have been in your lobby then. Nice. Insert the list of words in place of the X's in order of appearance. Ah, okay. So this one, we need to... Let's see, text is equal to input. What is text? We don't have an array. So list equals array, and then we just add... Or how to append to a list in Python. Okay, so we do that first, and then this is a length of 3, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Is there a specific order to this, or is it 3 times 5 is equal to 15? Okay. Wow. This one I actually have to think about. For I in range of W times L. But I also want to incorporate this in a... I'm going to use a nested loop. For I in range of... The height is the second, which is L. And then for here... If... Let's see. Oh, wait, no. That's how we're getting the inputs, is the lists, and that's where the text is coming from. No? Where's the input coming from? Words! Okay. We actually have a list of words already. Okay. So I don't need that, actually. Sorry if I'm not looking at chat immediately right now. Okay, so we have a list of words. If character and line... Okay, so this is actually a lot easier. For line in... Oh. Let's make it lines equals this. Okay, I'm going back. Lines.append text. That was correct. Because now, for line in lines, that way we can go through each line. and go through each character. For char in line, if char is equal to x, then we let's actually write this as a string. Then string plus equal. I'm gonna also write C++. Nice. Current length equal, or word length equals 0. Word length equal. How do I want to do this? I'll read chat for a sec. The 15 is hard coded? Ah, okay. If it is hard coded, then that makes a lot of sense because we're already given. I didn't realize this was part of the input, so that was my mistake right there. But we want to capture and replace the dots that precede or that follow the characters, and that's what we do right here. Let's double check though. Yeah, right here tells us. So if char is equal to x, then word length is equal. Let's see. Actually, we need to separate the words. Words list equals words dot split. How do you split in? Okay. Never mind. That's how you do it in Python. You regex or regex replace x plus word lengths minus 1 dots with the words dot shift. You don't need to separate loops. I will think about that after we go through this, because right now that does not make sense. But that's because I'm fixated on the length. And you do have a point there. The minus 1 dots, or however many dots that precede if our word length is greater than 1. Let's say index equals 0. This is probably gonna be a messy way of doing this. I'm gonna do an else right here. String plus equal just the dot, and then lf char equal dot, but word length greater than 0. I wish in Python they had the ability to use plus plus and minus minus. That's the one thing I do not like about adding and subtracting. Feels awkward. Got 9 minutes left. Nice. Index. So we're gonna do that. Forgot this is Python. It likes the little thing. Lin. Around that. And then words list, word index, and then we're going to do word index plus. Can't do that. Keep on forgetting. I just said that too, and I already forgot about that. Okay. I haven't printed out anything. Print. String. Oh! Word length is equal to length of the word list at word index. If it's greater than 0, we subtract word length by 1. Oh. Okay, that one's good. That one's good. I think we're good. Alright. And wanna think about what you wrote. Do you have a preferred name, by the way? Real rice, math, real math, rice math. Okay, so your thought was to go to regex, replace x plus word length minus 1 dots with words.shift. And the words.shift was within Python? I don't know if I've used shift in Python before. But your regex would look for the character x in that line and then perform a replace. That I do follow. And then you would also try to extract the number of dots after it to substitute whatever word you put into it. And that's where the shift comes in, if I'm understanding that correctly. Notice the third line in the sample input, the BB is replacing x dot, not x.
Yeah.
And that's what, it was hard to kind of see on that second line, but the third line showed up a lot better with the C's because it was a lot closer to the edge and then replaced the second to last dot with a C. But yeah, and that's what I liked about it. That's how I caught onto the pattern with that. Word length should be length of word minus 1. Yeah, because we even talked about that, or did I bring that up? I don't know if I brought that up or not, but because we're only replacing one character, that's why I wanted to do a comparison there. And then I was like, yeah, screw it, change it to 1. Either or works, but yeah, that is pretty smart of you. Rice math? Alright, got it. But yeah, you seem very smart, Rice math, so I appreciate the tips on that. I don't know what shift is called in Python. I was referring to the array shift operation, which is removing an element from the start. Oh, if you put it like that, that makes sense. So it's kind of like you are splitting an array and just only taking the second half of it after the first element has been removed. I don't know what that's called either. In Python, I don't know if that's actually... I'm gonna look this up now. You've got to be curious. Oh, it's just a pop. Like I said, Python's not my first language. And I Google, I don't know if it's bad to say this, but I Google a shit ton of languages. Any language, I'll Google the syntax often. And I would joke, especially at my last job, I would joke about how if you weren't Googling at your job at least once a day, you weren't really doing your job. I feel ashamed to not call myself a professional in the field because I am currently not working in any specific projects, but I feel bad now. I don't know why. I shouldn't, but I do. Everyone sounds smart when backseating. DevDocs.io is my best friend. DevDocs, huh? API documentation. What is this? Is this a... I know I was about to say something, but oh! Okay, so this is documentation specific. Sorry if I just couldn't finish my sentence there. I'm just in awe right now with what I'm even just. Sorry, I'm just like a candy at. I'm a candy at a kid's store. Yeah, I'm a kid at a candy store right now, just looking at this. This feels like overwhelming at the same time. No. There's no fucking way. And it works offline? Oh, this is easily a bookmark. This is... Sorry, I'm a little I'm salivating a little bit right now. Alright, don't mind me right now. Nah, that's fine. Anytime someone shares their passion with me, I just accept it as they really enjoy this, or they've really worked on this, and that's all I'm gonna take it as. So same with sources. It's beautiful to share sources with one another, especially in the field of coding. There's no such thing. Okay, this is a joke, but there is no such thing as originality in code. Devs steal code all the time from other devs. Is the joke I'm going for. But yeah, really talking about this. This is beautiful. I was looking about this. I was trying to look for something with objects the other day because I had forgotten how to use key pair values for dictionaries in JavaScript. So this is beautiful to even show this. Wow. This would have been really nice to have. That's why AI is so good? Wait, how did we get the AI from this? Wait a second, where does AI come into play? Oh, is that what is scraping from the other websites is AI? Oh, okay, never mind. That joke flew over my head. I see what you mean. God damn it. It's solar theft. One thing, I'm not gonna explain where. Well, I have mentioned I do technically dabble in AI for work purposes, but I am confident that this is kind of on the relative topic of AI, but I'm confident with AI that thankfully it's still trying to steal and take it all in, but it's still got whiles to go. It's got ways to go still, which I don't think they're gonna hit in quite a while for coding. That I feel confident, but then again, it depends on everyone's personal experience with it. I will say this though, I need to work more on I do need to work more on personal practice. Again, like with the matter.js thing, I want to really understand how to make different animations. There's something in the background that could be pretty cool. Thank you for the source, by the way. I'm gonna try to salivate less with it, but JavaScript has what? When does JavaScript use integers? Is this like outdated? Or is this still a thing? In a professional environment, I've used C#, HTML type scripts, CSS. I know some of these are not languages, but I'm just listing the pair of them. Though they're all integrated through React TypeScript, and also Angular. Though I didn't personally use Angular much, I just maybe edited a thing here and there. SQL and Mongo database for backend. So I've done that professionally. I originally started learning with Java, though I didn't get too much. I took a couple of courses in college, and learned them very surface level because I only messed with the console with Java. And then through what I work with now, I've learned Python the most. I've gotten a little bit of C++. I've been exposed somewhat to it. though not enough to really feel confident in it. I tried with C a little bit as well, but that is my brain can't comprehend it right now because I'm too spoiled with the simplification of variables in typing. I tried to learn a little bit of Golang. What was it? Flask with Python for websites? Or was it Django? I always get the two mixed up, and I always have to look them up. Yeah, Python. I don't know if I've ever tried Ruby or not. I'm one to say I've ran 1 or 2 programs with it, but I didn't really learn. So I can't use that. I would say that's pretty much it. I've seen other languages like Swift. I could never get my computer to really compile it. So, or at least get it set up properly to compile. Windows issues, am I right? Sorry, I went on a full tangent there. They're useful for interfacing with WASM. What is WASM? Referring to the arrays in JS, unfortunately, our only overlap seems to be TS and JS. That's fine. You said Python, but I'm assuming then you haven't worked much with Python. Use Ruby, Rust, and sometimes Python and JSA. There we go. Python right there. I've heard a lot of praises about Rust. They call it C on steroids, right? Which, if I can help it, we'll switch to the screen for a sec. If I can help it, I would avoid Rust just because it's too much that you have to control. The beauty of Rust and C is the ability to freely control your elements and really integrate a lower level, or at least a deeper level compared to shallow languages like Python. I'm just gonna say with Python as my example. But kind of think about that a little bit. It's like people really love it, and I imagine it's for a good reason. I just don't feel confident myself to really understand, especially in a quick amount of time, to be able to take the resources of what I've learned from other languages and apply it to a lower level language. Because I did start with Java, so I didn't have to go too deep, but I still had to integrate a strongly typed language and integrate that learning into other languages. So C++ is still even a challenge because of managing memory, especially on the allocation of functions. Though, is Rust object oriented, or is it a different approach? I can't remember. You also know the web stack? Rust is a good language, but I hope you'll be prepared to learn for years. Yeah, that's what scares me the most. Like, I get that with any language you learn, regardless of how easy you may think it is, you're still going to learn something with it, which is pretty nice in itself. You always will be learning something. Especially with how fast languages evolve. You're always going to learn the same language, even if you're an expert in it. It has a lot of zero-cost abstract... I don't know what the zero cost means, but abstractions... Fucking OOP. I'm just kidding. So it can reach the performance of C without having all the low-level C headaches. So does that mean with the zero-cost abstractions, it allows for a lot of overriding and allows you to remain surface level to an extent while managing... Well, I guess, does it have an automatic garbage collection? Is my first thought with that. I don't know if that's even related to zero-cost abstractions, but it immediately thinks of... I guess, what is zero-cost abstractions? Because I think I'm getting that wrong. Rest is functional. Okay. Rather than object focused. You can do OO programming in that, but it has no garbage collector. Yep, I'm way off. Just like C. Just like C. I like .NET because garbage collection. All day, every day. That means that, if I recall, then Rust has to be a compiled language, right? Yeah, that would make sense. You have to compile it, then execute it. Read memory model, which is one of its unique features. Is it like a virtual memory, or does it still integrate actual memory from the system? An abstraction is just a wrapper or something? Okay. That's what I was thinking, because, well, no. I was thinking of, so now I'm gonna switch with encapsulation. Inheritance is what I was thinking. This is where I'm trying to sound like a genius, where I'm actually sounding like an idiot. I need to study more. I've been at it for God knows how long now, 6 years, and I still need to study a lot more. Things you think will just stay in your head, and unless you're using it a lot, it doesn't stick well, or stick for long. At least I don't think so. Zero cost means there's no performance cost to it. That sounds like bullshit. Just hearing it for the first time, no performance cost to the abstraction itself. Wow. That's actually... If there's no cost to it, that's actually huge. So performance-wise, Rust is software then. It's a big boy. Wow. No wonder people praise Rust so much. Compiler has a lot of features that have you write software a certain way, and following its rules means you don't manually have to free memory in C. Oh, okay. So in that way, depending if you write in a certain way, then it makes it a lot easier to handle memory. If I'm understanding that. I always feel like there's an infinite wealth of stuff to learn. Just to even think about, maybe, well, not 100 years ago, but close to 100 years. We were even transforming rocks into machines using electricity. Oh, I was trying to go on the basis of we were trying to craft computers, but other stuff would be over 100 years ago, I guess. But wow, how fast we've developed. And we're still developing to this day. Alright. I said enough shit. We're going back in, baby. To this one. Do I want to do... I can't decide if I want to do another game with AI, or if I want to try to do algorithms. I'll decide as we do another clash. Dang. The fact that they had 6 people already within the first 15 seconds. Oh, there you are. Well, I'm fucked. Yeah, you have a color as an RGB value, invert it by every single color. Oh. That's it? Okay. So we split it. Oh, okay. It's not that easy. Oh! That's what they mean by invert. Okay. Aha, I have been tricked. There's probably a faster way to do this, but I fooled myself by not being able to read. So be it. I feel like I should have switched to JavaScript for that one. I would have been a lot more, been a lot more confident with that. You feel like you had a heart attack. I have to read your code now. Okay, yeah, same thing. Same thing I did. Which it feels a little bad, because I was thinking like, okay, just swap all 3. It's that easy. No, that's not what they mean by inversion. They actually mean subtract from the 255 value. It's just like, please. Please. But I thought there would be a little bit further logic with this rather than just like hard code the 3 elements in their exact order. Which I guess you can put them into an array and then... I thought at first that we didn't even have them in an array for us, or at least individual values. You would have to first split them. And I was like, oh, please, not like that. They were generous, though. Have like an invert filter in OBS. In OBS? We talking about... This OBS. OBS is scary. Oh, okay. That kind. So color schema invert. I see. That makes a lot of sense then, because you just have to. They're hard positions. Oh. Not gonna lie, I've never thought about that before. I never thought about how someone would invert a color, and it makes so much sense now. It makes so much sense. Oh, man. And that's something that I think you would easily figure out if you thought about it, but never came to my mind at all. It's funny. I didn't decide because that was not long enough and stressful enough, so we'll do another one. Took out my saliva. I was like, and then I love when that happens. But no, you got that right. You just invert the colors. In 255. Reverse. Oh, okay. How do I want to do this? Jesus Christ, Rice. Jesus Christ. I'm not even gonna look yet because I wanna get through this first. Sorry, a string actually. I don't know why I'm wrapping around string. We'll do a ternary. Why not? Okay. And then we print, and hopefully we don't get the answer this time in that print by accident. String. Not what we wanted to do. Okay. Maybe we write the position of the character rather than the full string. Okay. Another heart attack? What do you mean? What the fuck? Python, you can do this too. All right, so reading this logic, the one thing I don't understand is how it neglects the last instance of the hyphen based on the character's length. But other than that, you're just writing the chars times the hyphen, and it stacks it in between each. Oh, you know what? That's smart. I need to look this up now. There should be joins in Python and in JavaScript, right? Okay. In Python, you just do the character dot join and then whatever character you want to represent, or whatever you wrap the character around. So it'd be apostrophe hyphen apostrophe dot join and then each character in the string. Okay, that would be a lot more efficient to do that way. Wow. I wish I could see everyone else's code. I guess people are hiding their code. I'll do another one. But I think we're gonna go to oh, so that's why. Okay. I'll try it on the next one. But I'm gonna go to JavaScript. So I'm losing a few. Ah, I already had this one actually. Let words equal sentence split by space for let very const word and words. Jesus, so fast. Actually, I'm gonna start with that length -1, greater than 0, max minus. Then we just take the character and add it to the string. Space. And I make this a lot more complicated than it needs to be, but we're just going to truncate the last character. That substring. -1. I never remembered the placement. Oh, but I did the word at I. Why is that? Word dot length, I is greater than 0. I minus. We take the index at word, add it to the string because that's the character. Words comes from the sentence. Let's do a quick sanity test, and that is correct. String is equal to empty string. No, still the same. I'm not saying string properly. Okay, so it is how I'm writing this though. Can I just append them? Or I guess concat? I guess concat works? No, that doesn't work either. This is the one thing I love about JavaScript. Sometimes things work like you expect them to, sometimes they don't. But that's just also experience, I suppose. So if I'm not saving it correctly, why is it not saving correctly? We imply it's a string. Word at I. I'm gonna do this without looking at chat real quick. Ah. Why do we have word at I equal a number? Const word and words is where our issue comes from, doesn't it? Yep. That's what it is. Ah, thank you. I ran into this issue, and that makes a lot more sense. I try not to backseat, or I try not to read on backseats if I can. I want to see if I can figure it out myself, but no, it's all good. It's all good. I appreciate you helping. Yeah, I usually just stick to the numeric representation of an array because I love the index. I really love the index. I saw a meme on Reddit about how you use the const iteration of the list, and then you still just create a separate indexer just manually. I find that funny. Arrays in JavaScript are technically objects, and for in loops through keys as far as and that's why it goes through. Okay, so the of keyword versus the in keyword. So it's positioning the index of the key in the array rather than the of, which integrates the actual objects within that array. That makes sense. I don't want to look at your code anymore, Bryce. I don't want to look at it anymore. All right. You're just immediately grabbing it from when it's just when the input's being put in. You're like, yeah, I'm just gonna immediately deal with this, and easy enough. I'm just gonna print the console right as I fucking chomp it. So you split it and then you map it. What the fuck is this voodoo? Reversing it makes sense. So you're just reversing a string, and then the _1 is why I don't understand with that. But since you're mapping, the mapping splits it into the individual words, which you imply the separator. I'm assuming this is not the implied separator, but this is the join operator, which you discussed from the last example. And then chomp removes the ending. Okay, so it keeps it to the similar line. Split splits on white space. Can you define the split operation if you don't want to use the default of white space? Wow. I'm just like blown right now. You can't give an argument? Okay, cool. And I'm assuming you just define that in parentheses. Or would it be within the curly braces? If false white space map is an array function. Okay. Similar to JavaScript's map. Or at least, maybe not exactly, but you can kind of think of it in a similar manner. It exists in JavaScript as well. Okay. Maybe it is similar to JavaScript. What is _1? That is just the one thing I cannot comprehend. _1. That just blinds my mind right there. Okay, where you use a lambda function within the. I don't even know if I can call it a lambda function, because I think of C# and lambda function, and yeah, it's not like that. Kind of, but not exactly. If JS had an actual reverse. Yeah. Oh, is it kind of like how in Python you just declare a variable as underscore, so you don't have to use it? Kind of similar to that kind of hack. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Huh. That is interesting. It's 85% though, unfortunately. Ah, okay. I'm starting to feel like Ruby is your baby. Out of all the languages, Ruby is your one true love. Which I'm happy for you. I'm happy. I'm just kidding. Maybe I can be a pain in the ass and switch to TypeScript. Yeah. I have to say JS right now is my baby based on how much I've been using it. So, you got me. It's an ugly baby. Aren't they all, in some way? Aren't they all? Okay, fuck it. I'm having fun with these coding challenges, so we'll do another one. I have seen the second guy a few times, which he's pretty smart as well, from what I've seen in coding. Some babies, even their parents are like, ew. Hey, that means they're telling the truth. Babies in general are ugly. I don't care how cute they look. They are fucking ugly. But that is you know, they're babies. They're supposed to be. That's okay. Oh, they're a bot? Aw, damn. Well, now I feel bad. I was like, damn, that's impressive. No, it's a bot. Yeah, that makes sense then. If they're there to fill obvious. It's 20 till 11 a.m. where I'm at. And I was playing this at like 5 in the morning. And I was like, I see a few people on like all the time. That makes sense then they got bots. Okay, sum of even numbers is sum of odd numbers. Okay. How do I want to do this actually? I can't. I'm fat fingering so much. Test. Good. Nice. I did it. I did it, Bob. I did it. I feel like I could have gotten second place actually on that one. I just fat finger. It feels weird because I'm so used to writing out my variables in a readable manner. I can't summarize them, otherwise I feel bad. But in Python, okay, so they defined the same example where they declare a sum for both numbers, E and O, and then they add appropriately to each using a range, and then they print on both. But they add an extra comma, but that's fine. Same thing. And you as well did the same approach, Mice. Okay. And the truncation in Ruby uses a pound symbol and then the curly braces. Nice. I like that actually. Teaches some bad practices. It sure does. I mean, that's a competition by that point. You have to use the bad practices to your advantage. But I will still use my good practices when I can. I do like that this one is a bit more consistent in how it's worked. Like, this is JavaScript as well. Parse int read line. I thought that the case was specific to the numbers listed, but I guess they were incremented, so that makes sense. I did a bit more than should have. You learned some nasty language features though, especially in shortest. Yeah, I've been seeing your code so far. It's very fun until someone joins with Perl. I'm scared. I'm scared to ask. And I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna... One second. S'il vous plaît. I don't think I've ever used Perl before. Now I want to know. I no longer want to know. I regret what I've done. You have to declare what version of Perl you use as an import? Please tell me that's not true. Please tell me that's actually not true. The Batman stuff is fun? Yeah, the one where you have to jump through the windows. I was pulling my hair out when I tried to do that. Because I don't know, I'm brain dead. I couldn't figure it out. Okay, while true. Yeah, I'm too scared to even try this. Most of the incomprehensible stuff in Ruby comes from Perl. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Riz, that you have to deal with that. Maybe it's not bad for you, but I'm just... My condolences. I know someone out there is in a lot of pain. Having to go through all... Anyways, that person isn't me. At least with Perl, you use semicolons. Okay, what are we doing? We're gonna write this in Perl. We can do it. We can probably do it. The goal of your program is to safely land the Mars Lander shuttle, the landing ship which contains the Opportunity rover. Mars Lander is guided by a program right now. The failure rate for landing on the NASA simulator is unacceptable. Okay. Note that it may look like a difficult problem, but in reality, the problem is easy to solve. Not if you're using a language you don't know. We need to present you some controls you won't need in order to complete the first level. Okay. Probably should read this, but... Okay, so it has a surface, flat ground, and you want to try to aim for the flat ground, is what I'm understanding. Which is at least 1,000 meters wide. Okay. Program must provide the new desired tilt angle and thrust power of Mars Lander. And you can turn the angle from -90 to 90. Thrust goes from 0 to 4. For this level, you only need to control the thrust power. The tilt angle should be 0. Okay. The ship must land on the flat ground, land in a vertical position with the tilt angle of 0, which we don't have to worry about for the stage. Vertical speed must be limited. We're going to go less than or equal to 40 meters per second. An absolute value, okay. Horizontal speed must be limited, less than or equal to 20 meters per second. An absolute value. The program must first read the initialization data from the standard input, then within an infinite loop. Okay, infinite loop. The program must read the data from the standard input related to Mars Lander's current state and provide to the standard output the instructions to move Mars Lander. So we're giving the instructions for the lander to move. That is the name of the game. And our output must be 2 values. The first one tells us how much we should rotate. The second one should tell us the power. This is why I was looking. Okay. This looks gross. Oh, okay. So these are just coordinate points for where we're going to see the surface of the land. So we have a slope from 0, 1500 to 1000, 2000. And then we start at the bottom, go top. So X goes up, Y goes to the right. Or sorry, no. X goes to the right, Y goes up and down. At least I'm thinking so. we see that the flat ground is between 2,000 to 3,500. Okay. So if we're going for the position of 2,500 as our X, which we see is on the flat ground. Let's see. Horizontal speed and vertical speed, which is at 0. Fuel is at 500. Rotation at 0 and power is at 0. I'm a little confused. The Mars lander, these can be negative depending on the direction of the Mars lander. Okay, so negative indicates the direction of the lander. Okay. And since these are negative, that means they are facing in the same direction, which seems to be up. Or at least the top of it is facing up, if I'm understanding that correctly. Horizontal speed must be limited, and vertical speed must be limited. So since we have to stay within these speeds, these velocities, that's what the power will come in. All you have to do for this stage is have more thrust if you're falling too fast, and reduce thrust if you have slowed down. Oh. When you put it like that, it makes it a lot more sense. Because we're only worrying about the vertical speed in these scenarios. And power, since we have 0 and -3, implies that we have to have a power of 3. Or when we have a vertical velocity of -3. We have -4 as the velocity. We have to have a power of 2. Yeah, it's just only the vertical velocity that we take into consideration, which is really nice, but it's just a lot of interpretation that you have to take with this. My mind don't work too fast, unfortunately. The power only moves by 1 per turn. I missed that. Let's see. I'll find it. I just... There it is. Please note that for each turn, the value of the actual power is limited to the value of the previous turn by plus or minus 1. So in that case, we go from a vertical speed of 0 to -3, and we do not change the speed of the thruster. But when we go to -4, that seems to be a bit more that thruster has to engage in less. There's a lot less push that has to worry about. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. That's the last connection I need. Less than or equal to 40 meters per second. Gravity is 3.711 meters per second squared. The fun part of this was, oh, this is gonna be easy enough. I'm just gonna use Pearl just to see how it feels. And then, haha, funny. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. We're not doing that. This is a whole new ballpark to understand. But this is only conditionals. So we can at least write the conditionals. Which actually doesn't seem that bad. Okay. Oh, and then I forgot there's also this right here. If mind me, I'm just Googling how to write a if condition in Pro. Oh, okay. So we can think of this as like jQuery. It's cursed to say that, but thrust equal 0. So with a thrust level of 3, you'd be accelerating down 0.71 meters per turn. So every once in a while, you need to thrust level 4 to offset. Oh, to kind of like even it out and try to keep consistent with speed. Because again, you want to... The goal is to say less than or equal to 40 meters per second. With the gravity... Excuse me. An almost vertical position is needed to compensate for the gravity of Mars. Oh, so when we start with the 0 and go to -3, that's because we're forcing upwards with the thrust power of 3. Yeah, that makes sense. So if vertical speed and that's where the power indicates right there. So let's say if v speed it's not going up with the thrust power of 3. You try to set the thrust to 3, but you can only change by 1, so the thrust goes to 1. Gravity is 3.71, so you're going down 2.71, so your speed is -3. Set thrust to 3, but you can only change by 1. So now we go from 3.71, which is the gravity, to 2.71, because that's the difference of the power from the thrust. So why is -3 our speed, but we're only changing by a force of 1? Because I know we are still trying to stay within the velocity of the y position allowed, which is 40. -3 is your downward velocity. Oh, are we rounding? Is it because we round the 2.71 up to 3 as an integer? And that's what opposes the amount of 2.71. So that -2.71. Is that the right? I don't know if I'm getting further away or not with that. I feel like people that know out there, this is the moment where you can start banging your head against the wall and be like, why the fuck is he not getting it? It's right there. Okay, so it's just a rounding. That makes a lot more sense. Perfect. Then we combine this. So we start from 0 with a thrust, or with initial power of 0. Velocity 0, initial power of 0. We then have a gravity factor of so let's set the gravity as well. Gravity is 3.711. Which I'm around the 4. Okay, and that's why they were saying 4 is needed in that scenario. Ooh, I can imagine the other scenarios where you have to use trigonometry. That would be fun. That I'm using JavaScript for. I'm not going to try this with Perl now. Nothing. Okay. Since there's no... Oh, okay. I've got the click in my head, I think. So there's no vertical velocity, or at least the downward vertical velocity. And since we start with a power of 0, that's when we start with the initial value that we want to thrust by 1. And as we change that thrust to 1, we then now put the power of 3, because 4 minus 1 is 3. No, I'm still off on that. Because negative 3 with 1 does not get 3 out. That's negative 3. Then you try to set the thrust to 3 again, but you can only change to 2 since you were at 1. I need to like grab some sort of like paint or something to write all this down and try to figure it out that way. Fuck. My brain is not processing it. Change it by 1, so thrust goes 1. So I do understand that gravity and thrust go hand in hand here, and whatever the gravity gives, we have to post with. I guess what makes it a little more confusing is we only have the power given, and then we're also expecting to provide further power. I guess that makes it a little bit more confusing, because when we apply a power here, we get to negative 3, and the power applied there. That makes sense. But then we also have an movement of 1 at a time, which is fair. Yeah, I felt pressure when I first started, but I feel pretty chill now. It's just it's a bit more pressure when you yourself don't really pick up on it or understand it. You know, someone else gets it. It's like, it's right there. I'm like, fuck, I should get it now. I should get it. But it's that way sometimes. It do be that way. If I don't get it, I don't get it. That's fine. That I do understand as well. Because when we go 1 to 3, that brings negative 4. Because we are taking the opposite of this and adding it to the prior value. Right here. Sorry, I should have said right here. Opposite, we're trying to get to this. And then we only move at 1 at a time, trying to oppose this value. And then we try to go to this value, which then adds to prior value as an opposite from this value. So 1 minus, negative 1 minus 3 is equal to negative 4. Yeah. It's just trying to find the relationship in that as well. 2.71 rounds up to 3. The reason why we get 2.71 is because we're trying to increase this by 1. Subtract that in. And that manages this state. We're trying to get from 1 to 2, which we apply from this. Because we have the gravity of 3.71, which in rounds to just 4. I wonder if it's part of the problem. I know it's being explained. I'm being backseat right now, but I wonder if it's part of the problem that you have to also figure out the logic to these problems, which I guess that's part of the competition itself. Can you adapt and learn to the current problem? And a big part of that is what information is relevant to you and what can you take out of it. 340 meters per second, which is understood. Okay. Vertical speed will be negative because it's falling, which I do get. Okay, so switch between the two. Maybe even go to a power of 2 if it's That's actually my question right there. Why do we... I understand it now. I finally fucking understand it. We're adding this power to this power because this is what we have left to give. Because as we keep on falling further and further down, we want to increase it to a 4 and try to match that thrust all the way through. This is a contributor since we only iterate at 1 per cycle. That's why it's missing. So 2 plus 2 is 4. 1 plus 3 is 4. But here is fine. 0 to 3 is 3 when we have a speed of 0. So I think I've got it. B speed is equal to 0. Then we have a... I'm just gonna do this very stupid. Actually, no, I don't need to do that. I need to figure out how to print out the... or interpolate the string. Okay, Perl. Oh, okay. That's actually pretty cool. Thrust. That's it. That's pretty cool. It's these kind of problems. I will say that though. It's these kind of problems which makes you consider every single aspect. When I did that pod racing example on my own, on my other account, I ended up overthinking it. Then I just commented out a lot of code, like literally most of my lines of logic in my conditionals, and it worked a lot better that way. The KISS principle. The KISS principle is a godsend. Keep it simple, stupid. Okay, so thrust is equal to 3 minus power if V speed is less than 0. Thrust is equal to 4 minus power. And let's see if that works. First of all, Jesus Christ, that scared the shit out of me. No, don't explode on me! Fuck. Yeah, that was really loud. Oh, Jesus. Stop! I don't want to hear it! If I scroll down, it's going to play it again. Oh, my. I don't even need gravity. Network error. Status of -1. We broke the fucking website. Oh, okay. So I like how it tests this like this. That's pretty cool, actually. Come on. Vertical speed is a bit too high. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Oh, Jesus, that's so fucking loud. Why are you so loud? Stop! No, that's not. We're not. No. Okay, so I did notice that the vertical speed was picking up, which that's not something that I want. Because I noticed that we're giving a 2 as a response. The power remains 2 as we continue thrusting upwards. The maximum power we can emit is 4. Right? But our power is remaining at 2. So what if I instead... I'm gonna make it stupid again. Okay. It's going in the wrong direction. All right. I'm not gonna go through the explosion again. That's too fucking loud. Time to fly up. Yeah. We've got it to a T now, though. We've got it to a T. So we'll thrust at 3. Maybe a thrust of 2. Well, we don't even need an equal. If. How do you do an else if? Listen, welcome on in. Thanks for the hydrate and stretch, man. How's it going, my dude? Oh, yep. I've been tripping for the last 15 hours. I felt it. I have felt it. Lucy, what do you think of the word pearl? What does that make you... What does that make you think of? Oh, okay. If-else's are pretty much the same. As JavaScript? Question mark? What if I have an else if? Oh, okay. Perl is a programming language that makes me want to cry. I thought I'd share that, but yeah, because pearls usually they're pretty beautiful. They're like shiny, come from oysters. You wear them around your neck, on your finger, just anywhere you imagine. Okay, don't wear it in some places, please. And then you think of like other things, and just imagine immediately like, Final Fantasy 14 and then SpongeBob. Wait, what about Final Fantasy 14? Because I haven't played really any of the Final Fantasies. Yeah, we got it. Nice. And then we're just gonna set thrust equal to 2. We might not need to, but might as well try. All right. Okay. Vertical speed of 20 has hits. Oh, we're sitting plenty. We're sitting plenty well now. Okay, that was the trick. Well, other than the actual object itself, yeah. Can you throw pearls in Final Fantasy? Yeah, it's like you just see a random passerby and you just throw it right at them. It's like, huh. I will not lie though, I don't think we have enough fuel to get there. This is cutting it close. See if you can make the ship do a flip. I'm good. I'm a little scared actually. Okay. I'm gonna protect you guys' ears this time. Come on! You're right there! Nice. Woo! Not doing the barrel roll. Also, has Leah always had a Weagle? That was my first time seeing it. If the test is green, it means it's passed. No need to worry. You're right, but I will still worry. I will still be like, it's gonna crash! Because look how close it is. 40, less than 50 fuel left. And it, yeah. It's all madness! It's madness! I remember the first one she had. I have never seen the... Did she get a new avatar? Or a new, That's, wow. I think they do that at NASA. Do they do the flip whenever they land? That'd be pretty cool, though. They know the result, but they like the drama. It was 1 decimal place! 17 units out! The drama. Other than the Poke emote, that are your most... Okay. The fact that people will drink Pilk willingly. Because Leah drinks Pilk willingly, right? I don't remember... It's been a long while. To be honest, I don't follow her anymore. But the whole saga of her drinking Pilk was from... didn't she have like a... what was it a marathon? Was it from followers? Like as a reward? I don't remember what it was, but I remember it was on Twitter at some point. I was like, what the hell? I don't get people who can drink Pilk. I don't. I never tried it. I most likely never will. And unless someone pays me money to do it, which in that case I will do it probably. But piece of cake, my ass. It's like during a few celebration streams, I also drank it for someone's birthday. You drank it too? Okay, you gotta tell me, Lucid, how do you feel about Pilk? I'm scared. You can follow people in this? Oh shit. Easy follow. Fucking, with that kind of logic at writing rice, easily a follow. It's mid. I mean, you could at least say that you've tried it. I don't know if it's like fizzy milk or if it's watered down, well, slightly watered down, milked down Pepsi, but I'm just gonna write some AI by this point. I'm just not gonna think about it, but it's gonna, let's see, simulation, breadth first search, resource management, card games. Actually, card games sounds kind of fun. You can see the solutions of your friends on puzzles after you complete them. Ooh, that I like. I like the sound of that. Oh, Jesus. Okay. It's one of these. Just weird because it's like a carbonated melted Pepsi float taste. Uh-oh. That's a little sussy. Why? Okay. Automod, why are you questioning this? Yeah, wow, it's... What the hell, Autumn? That's fine. You can always judge my code. That's fine. I welcome it. And, yeah, anytime. Anytime. The keyword stream is, I think, probably the flagged word there. It's like a carbonated melted Pepsi float taste. So, it's kind of like a root beer float, but with Pepsi instead. And instead of ice cream, it's just milk. They forgot to add the ice. Only the cream. Alright, we're definitely not doing this in Perl. TypeScript. Jesus, that's a lot of variables. Okay, so you have player information. Don't care about that, probably. Well, player deck I do care about. Give me an example input. We don't have an example input. Shit. Okay. Guess I'm logging that. Automod is insecure. Yeah. I'd rather it be insecure, though. It can be... it can save me sometimes. Even though I still can't tell the difference between bots trying to get you to follow or trying to get you viewers. Like, use this to buy your viewers. I'm like, no, not this time. Just kidding. Never do that. That's actually a bad idea. Those links are basically... I don't know if they're viruses, if they're gonna steal your information or whatnot, but they're definitely taking your money away. And no. What the fuck? I got a notification. I need to check my YouTube stream. Oh shit. My YouTube stream got copyrighted, so it stopped playing right now. What the hell? Oh, well, that's fine. The only really bad part about it is the carbonation. Sorry for those who... Yeah. I need to integrate Siri again. I tried it once after I got bot rated, like by 60 people. And then never again. Someone tried to stop you from using Perl on YouTube. I should have asked who Perl reminded you guys of. I'm assuming though that the copyright is because of the music in the background, which I thought was Jazz DM, or I basically look up Jazz DMCA. Sorry guys, I'm gonna take care of this real quick. We're used to scuff on my stream anyways, so that's nothing new. It's nothing new. What I wish it would tell me is what is, oh, okay. It's just the audio. Well, that's okay. I can always pause it for now. We can do some awkward silence for a bit, see if that works. Are you happy, YouTube? Are you happy? You know what? I'll just make my own sounds. Like I'll just make it a acapella sounds and make it a 15-second loop. Play that for the full fucking stream. There we go. Now we're back in business, baby. No, we're not. Right as I say that, stream unavailable right after I say that. What do you mean? What do you mean? That's fine. We still have Twitch up. That I guess that works for now, and then I'll just deal with copyright after. Make sure it's Creative Commons licensed. Yeah, that's probably what it is. I think that's a normal license for music like this. You would think so, but I guess part of it is copywritten. Or maybe over time someone claimed part of it for non-free use. Yeah, apparently. Listen, apparently. All right. Yes, I am now ensuring that I'm not using anything. I'll sing the Mario theme song. Like and it worked! Now we're back live, baby! I think. Nope, we're not. Okay. Well, we tried YouTube. We tried. I'll take care of you as a thing after stream. We're just gonna sit in awkward silence. Hear silence with highly realistic knocking noises at random intervals. No, thank you. Okay, you know what? Because you mentioned that, I'm gonna hate doing this. Say hey Google or hey Siri and loop it every 30 seconds. Oh, that's a tough choice to choose between the two. Either surprise myself with knocks on the door, which aren't real, which shouldn't be because I'm far away from the door, or try to call out to Google to appease the YouTube lords. Let me see if I can find the first one. For 3 days, someone has been knocking on my door at 3 a.m. I would no. Highly realistic knocking noises at random intervals. I fucking hate this too. Oh god. I'm really gonna hate this. I actually am gonna hate this. Oh, thank God, someone's made a timer, but I'm not gonna look at it. Alright. Well, I hope you guys like this music. I didn't make it, but it's not DMCA'd. Anyways, back to business, baby. It would be a really bad time to get a real knock on your door. I'd be surprised. People don't usually knock on doors these days, or at least I feel like they don't. Maybe I'm the weird one, not having people knock on my door. Anyways, this is a card game. Oh, by the way, I've been doing this with a quiet volume. So I'm turning the show all the way up. And I'm gonna fucking hate myself for it. So just be prepared, because I'm not. Kilo! Welcome on in, my dude. How's it going? How else do they rob you? People nowadays have no man. Exactly. The least you could do is knock on my door before you come in and shoot me in the face or stab me. Come on. Yeah, I know. We were just talking about that, Kilo, which is why I stopped the music and now. Someone's gonna be knocking my door at random intervals. I appreciate you saying though. Like, even if we are aware of it, just someone telling me that they notice it is actually very, very nice. Oh shit. I could possibly restart the stream. Oh wait, no. Okay. It started for a second and then it stopped again. Does that mean my voice is copyright? Is my speaking what's causing this issue now? It wasn't the jazz, but just my voice. Has someone copywritten my voice? There's no way, right? There's actually no way. Oh, anyways, let's see. Could you imagine that though? If someone actually copyrights a voice that doesn't belong to them, that's actually fucked up. That would actually be really fucked up. I know they do that with AI, but that's not too bad. Who is it? That is not too bad, so I'm going to turn up the volume on my PC. The guy that liked your videos, that one person. Because I did mention this last stream too. There's always one like on my videos. I don't know where it comes from. And it's like, damn, they want me. They want every part. That's a joke, of course. I, of course, appreciate it. But you never know these days. Never know. I was thinking your voice reminded me of Tupac. I have empirical proof now. What the fuck? No! No! My voice! It has become. It has a 2-player card game which is played in 2 phases, the draft phase and the battle phase. Okay. We're going back to coding now, by the way. And actually I might switch the knocking to a different let's do. Is this one louder? I'm gonna. Yep, that's fucking loud. Jesus Christ, I hate that one actually worse. So we're doing this one instead. I hate that one actually worse. Don't play my voice! Why are you no longer? Oh! Don't play my... What the fuck was that? Was that same door? Are these different doors? I'm actually regretting this now. Oh! Oh! Fuck. Okay. I don't expect it to be this sudden either. I was expecting it to be like larger intervals. Okay, we'll see how it goes. I remind you of Shaggy, like Scoob. Yeah, I kind of hear it now. Yeah, it's also stereo for added realism. No, fuck. Okay, going back to code stuff. It's a 2-player card game, and during the draft phase, both players must create a deck of 30 cards. Once the draft phase is over, both decks are shuffled. During the battle, the board is divided into 2 parts. Each player plays cards from their hand on their side on the board. Okay. So we draw from the stack. For 30 turns, and this is the draft phase, both players are given a choice between 3 different cards. Players select the card they want to add to their deck by using the pick command followed by a 0, 1, or 2. So that is going to be an interval of 30. By default, the pass command will pick the first card. Okay. Select the same card, they will each receive a copy. Okay. So we can select any card we want. There's no limitation to that because everything is on the board. All right. First player starts with the 4 hands or cards in hand, whereas the second player starts with 5. That's understandable. Okay. So let's focus on picking the cards first. We want to pick cards. I'm assuming we want to focus on the cards that we think are the best. What are the aspects of the cards? Okay. So we have inputs, and I want to see what the inputs are. So I'm just going to play. Nothing's going to happen because I'm pressed pass on everything. So we're just always going to pick the first card. So we're passing. And we have 3 attributes. So I'm going to pause. I probably should have read through the full instructions. But I'm assuming the cost of 3, cost of 6, that's the mana. The mana cost is within those. The attack seems to be a 6, mana 5, defense 5. Okay. So, are these all creature cards? Yeah, they are. There's several things that stand out with this. What kind of deck do we want? Do we want an attack-specific deck? Do we want a defense-specific deck? Looks like attack, defense, and mana cost? Yeah. I think we also have to be cautious of the mana costs. So this is an interesting strategy because we're not thinking about the strategy in terms of what's most logical to take. We now have to incorporate what approach are we using? Are we using an attack approach, a defense approach, a well-balanced approach? Can we get higher attacks based on the costs associated with the attack and defense? And I do have a strategy for that. Fuck! I forgot about that. I forgot about the knocking on the door. It's fine. It's fine. YouTube's still not happy with it though. Oh, it sucks to be YouTube. ADHD simulator. Anyways, we can create some sort of calculation to determine what the best cards are based on the ratio of attack plus defense over the mana cost. So in this case, the 7 and 4 would be better than the 4 and 5 because it has a total of 11 over a total of 9. But that's 11 to 4 over 5 to 2. Which of those would be better? 11 to 4, if we just take the ratio as is, that would be 2.75, and this would be 2.5, which they're quite different in ratio. So let's see if we pick up more. 12 to 6, that's not that great of a card. 7 to 4 over 4. 6 to 2 over 4. So the middle one would be the most flavorful one we can get. 7 to 5 on 6. So 12 to 6 and 2. 8 to 8, 16 over 7. Okay, I think we have our strategy. We're going to pick cards based on the ratio of attack and defense to the mana cost. Okay, let's try that. That one I didn't feel bad with. That one I actually felt natural. I don't know why. Okay. I see a pass per game loop. And we draw a total of 30 times. So, 4, let I equals 0, I less than 30, I plus plus. We have a player deck, which you need to parse through here. I don't know what that means for it to parse. So I'm going to console.log error, or console.error, I guess it wants to do. Player deck, player rune, and player draw. Has to be inside here though. Who is it? Okay. 30 is the first variable amount. So that's player health. Okay. Player mana and player deck is 0. Which deck we add to as it goes along. So that makes sense. Player rune. And then player draw. Okay. So they're not really going to help us with the actual drawing of the cards. Okay. So that means we just have to look at the cards. We have to determine which one we want. And then let's card choice equal 0. We're just going to do let card choice equals 0. If card choice less than 30, we're going to do card choice plus plus. And then we're going to look at the 3 cards that are laid in front of us. No, it's all good. I appreciate you stopping by and hanging out, Rice. And especially, I know you're trying to explain stuff to me, and I feel bad for not being able to get it, but I do appreciate you giving a lot of advice and just sharing some really cool stuff. It's nice seeing you and nice meeting you, my dude, and hope you have a good one. I tried to do the salute, but it missed. But yeah, take care, my dude. All right. Let's see. Oh, card count. Where do we get the information for the cards that we're drawing? That is my immediate question. So we have opponent hand, opponent actions. So card count. I really don't want to console log everything here, but card number, card type, cost, attack, defense, and abilities. I want to see if that is synonymous with what is going on as we draw cards. Jesus Christ, we've been streaming for 4 hours now. Okay. So there seems to be no abilities on any of these cards so far. So I will pass on that input for now. But we do see that we have an ID of 19, 0, 5, 4, 4, 6. Okay. So these coincide with the 3 cards that we pick. So card count. I see. So let's make some variables. And I'm going to say let's cards equal an array. We're going to say an empty array. And then we're going to say cards that push. And we're going to get the card. What are we picking? 1, 2, or 3? Pick 0, 1, or 2. Okay. So that means I don't have to define the ID here. We just define the attack, defense, and cost. So we're gonna do that to get us started. And for let I equals 0, I less than cards at length, I plus plus. We're gonna let card index equal 0. Let max score equal 0. If we're gonna say const score equal cards that attack plus cards that defense divided by, and we'll fix that because that should be pointing to the specific card, not the full cards list. So we'll do that. Divided by cards dot cost. If score is greater than the max score, then we're going to say card index is equal to I, and max score is equal to score. So that's what we're going to do. And then we're going to console log pick. And then I need to actually change this to tildes, so that way I can do a string interpolation. Card index. Like that. So now we understand that the value we pick is based on the index in which we like the card the most. So that's how we're going to do that. Let's test it. I need to actually console log that out. So I'm actually going to pause this immediately. And since we've been going on for a while now, I think we'll... Yeah, because it's making me pass periodically, which I don't want. There we go. Let's see. So first we pick 7/3, which is better than these two, understandable. Interesting choice there. This is just choosing based on the criteria on best cost overall. No prioritization. I'm assuming that we can probably integrate the choices made by the opponents and then choose our cards better based on attack or defense. But for now, we're just going to say, all right, no prioritization. We're just going to choose which seems the best. Okay. So, I'm going to say that. I'm going to do an else, and then we'll do console.log for pass, which is not ideal, but it shows that we are... okay, yeah, I lost. Picking everything that we should. So I'm going to go here. Okay. Now we have everything that we need. Now I'll probably take another approach to this next one. But once we have the battle phase, we're going to draw a card, and then oh, okay. So we can only play cards based on how much mana we have. So that means that 12 mana is the maximum. Do we have any information on our mana? Player mana. Okay. Console.air. Player mana. I just want to see what it changes to, since we have 3 instances of player mana. That one made my heart race a little bit. I felt that. Okay. Oh. Okay. 5-4, 6-5, 7-6, 8-7, 9-8, 10-9. If everyone here watching actually hates the if they actually hate the sound of the knocking, I apologize. YouTube said I couldn't have jazz anymore, so this is what we can know. What if I farted? I almost shit myself. Does that count? Welcome in, Asuna. How's it going, my dude? Okay. So we both have 1. And then we have 2. And then 3-2. But who has that mana, though? I'm assuming it's the second amount that we utilize. So let player mana equal 0. And then I'm just going to say player mana is equal to that, which is a number. Which is a number. God damn it, don't you dare sniff at the farta. No, get that shit out of here. Okay, not that kind of shit, but you know what I mean? Nah. You silly. My heart is racing, though. Probably because it's kind of warm in here. I'm gonna turn on the fan. But the fan looks so ugly. I was supposed to mow the lawn this morning. Shit, I just not remembered. Oh well. Next time. Next time. Oh yeah, what you up to, Asuna? You silly little you. How do they summon 4? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it by instance ID? They only just choose once and they attack me for eternity. Okay. So we pick a card. We pick 30 cards total. We have our 30 cards, and then we can pull from our deck. We only start with 1 mana. So we need to let eligible cards be an empty array. This is just going to be in any type. Because I can make object type for cards, but I'm not going to. I'm too lazy. I feel like an asshole saying that. So you just declare a type, since we are in TypeScript, and then you populate it with the card's attributes, kind of like how we did here, and then you just assign it to a type. I don't want to do that, but you can. All right. For let I equals 0, I less than, what is our card deck? Okay, so player deck. Let player deck equal, player deck is a number. Okay. So we can do that. And then, what does our player deck tell us? Once again, error, player deck. And we're going to see what it tells us, so that way we can determine whether or not we want to pull something now. Oh, and then I forgot this. That's fine. It's probably gonna... Yeah, we're gonna get an error, because we don't print anything in the console. I don't think I like this knocking anymore. Can I try the jazz and just get my stream banned again? When did I pick something, by the way? Oh, because I did it right there. Okay. Okay. Player deck is just the size of the deck. Okay. But it goes to 25 after. What are we using then? What are... Okay. Card number, instance ID, location, card type, attack, defense, abilities. Card count comes from the next parsed line. You have cards right here. I'm gonna console log the cards. I want to see if it changes whenever we do get a new set of cards. So whenever we're pulling from the deck and laying them all out, that's what I'm thinking is happening here. But I want to double check that is the case. Okay, that is the case. Nice. It is... Oh, so we automatically draw. That's nice. So now that we have these cards, if we have no mana, we have to skip the turn. I think that's what happens. If player mana less than or equal to 0, which it shouldn't be possible to go below 0, but we're gonna write this just to be on the safe side. Console.log pass. Else, we're gonna choose the card that looks the most appetizing. So we're gonna let eligible cards be an empty array. For let I equals 0, I less than, let's see. Cards.length, I plus plus. Zombie Stream 969, welcome on in, my dude. Thanks for the follow. How's it going? Okay. If mana, let's say, card dot cost less than equal to player mana, we're gonna say that is an eligible card. Actually, there's an easy way of doing this. What if we just lock in the index and the cost? So rather, I'm going to do the score and let index equal -1 to start us off, and then let max score equal 0. Was thinking about streaming it too in C# and C++. Ooh, you should try it, my dude. You should try it. This is I have streamed a few times with coding, but this is my first time with the website. It just seemed really fun because I did find it yesterday, and sorry, I'm so fucking scared by the yeah. I could probably store this score of the cards as I set it here. Probably do that actually, or maybe in here. Let's do it in here. No, I'm gonna do it here. No, let's do that score equal score. So let's say if we can afford this cost and the score is less than max score or greater than max score. But this is the cards at I.cost greater than max score. Then we can say index is equal to I, and then the max score is equal to cards I.cost. So that way we choose the card that we want by the index, and then we, whatever is the best at the end, that's what we play. Nice to see TypeScript tried it in Screeps Arena. Is that one of the game modes? TypeScript, I don't know why I chose TypeScript, because it feels like it's just JavaScript with types. Sorry, that was bad. But it's fun. I like that you can define a type, but sometimes I just question why I bother with it if I can get JavaScript to work. I do like it though. Are you do you use TypeScript as well, or do you have any preferred languages? Because I see C# and C++. On Steam, it's kind of capture the flag code versus code. Ooh, on Steam, you say? I'm gonna pull up my Steam and accidentally get banned on Twitch. I would say YouTube, but we've already been partially banned today. Don't mind me, I'm actually looking this up on Steam now. I didn't have Steam open. If index is not equal to -1, console.log pass. This could probably be a lot simpler now that I think about it. Oh well. We're gonna say console.log, and we're going to, what's the word, choose? Summon. There we go. Used a bit of TypeScript, JS base in the game though. Ah, okay. Python 2, but mainly Unity and Unreal Engine coding. Damn. With C#, right? Or is it a different language? Or are you talking about with Python? Can you use Python in Unreal Engine? It's interesting though. I have rarely touched Unreal Engine. I think I tried once and I was like, yeah, no, never again. But I've had friends who work with it, and they've got it to work pretty well for them. Sweeps Arena. Oh, so it's kind of like what we're doing now. You build your own bot and try to have it act and capture the flag. Interesting. Real-time strategy PvP strategy game for programming enthusiasts, where in the core the mechanic is programming your unit's AI. You write real JavaScript that fights autonomously against other players in a match-based arena environments. Ooh. I wonder if it's a 1v1 then. But if you have to write that in real time, that sounds a little scary. I won't lie. I will not lie. Other languages are supported via WebAssembly. C, C++, Rust, TypeScript, Go, C#, F#, Kotlin, Swift, D. I've never heard of D before. D's nuts. Haha, got him. Pascal, Zig. The list is growing. That scares me too. So there's a shit ton. Wow. I'm pretty surprised by that. Oh, okay. So you use C# and Unity and C++ and Unreal. Okay. Scripts Arena, yeah, kind of mostly gathering resources to build the army that will attack the opponent capital. So I wonder then, does that mean you just program to capture a certain amount and then build and then a charge on that? I feel like it's a lot more intricate than that, but it immediately makes me think, oh. That sounds pretty cool, actually. Like, just to scratch the itch that is the coding itch. But, I like it. Though it's $20, I guess they have a demo, which is pretty nice. I kind of want to try it now. I'm gonna wishlist it. Thank you. By the way, do you prefer zombie stream? Do you have a preferred nickname? I do like coding in JavaScript. It is my main front end language. I think that Scripts world is free. Not sure. I know. When I was looking, the Scripts game you specified, the Scripts Arena is okay. I just looked it up. Scripts World is $15, so USD. So it's unfortunately not free, but they do have a free demo. Oh, it's an early access as well. Damn, since 2022. I was about to say since 2 years ago. That's 3 years. Holy shit. Time flies. Nah, it's fine. I get distracted all the time on stream. So other than just coding, I'm here to chill and chat. Sometimes I will be fixated and focused, so those times I'll be like, yeah, I'll see what you say here in a bit, but no pressure. But what I do want to consider next, because now we can summon a card, I'm not going to test it just yet. I'm going to be a very good coder and test everything all together instead of individually. That's the coder I'm going to be. I don't know if that came out sarcastic or not, or in a bad way, because you don't do that as a coder. Test as you go. Please and thank you. But what we're going to do next, this will be an else statement, because I want to detect if there are any cards on the field that we have summoned. Once we determine that, and that's going to be through here. I just realized something. We're checking to see if something can be summoned. Does it cost to summon a card? All right, we're gonna test it. Actually, I will test it. If it costs to play a card, actually, I can just play the opponent's turn. Except for not that time. But all right, let's draw our cards. Okay. So it costs to draw the card. That's what it is. I see. So we draw this card, which has a value of 4 compared to the other ones. Yeah, that would make sense. So now I want to determine. This is our lineup. We have 5 cards we have pulled out. We pull out a 6th card. And the 6th card that we pull out is this, index number 1. This is the card we have. It's no longer in our hand, so this is specific to the hand. That's good. So let's see. I want to go back to jazz. If someone's watching on YouTube, I'm sorry. I'm probably gonna play jazz again and make it so that you can't watch the stream. I'm so sorry. You can't watch the stream. No, that's not the button I meant. I have had enough with the. I've had enough with the. Good riddance to the knocking doors. And sorry for whoever had to listen through those knocking doors. I would say I didn't have fun with them either, but it scares more than just me, so it's not as fun. Okay. Let's see. Card number in action. This is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna have a check between. Well, first of all, I want to see how we can even look at our own hands. What's on the playing field. Once we determine that, we then look through all the cards on the playing field. If it's just one card, we use that card. If there's multiple cards, choose the best card to use based on the scenario, based on what's in the opponent's hand. You want to optimally attack the most, so choose the card with the highest attack. Yeah, that's not even a question. That's just choose the card with the highest attack. Attack a card on their side. If there's no cards, attack the opponent directly. And we look at an attack. Okay. So when they pull out the attack, they summon their fourth card from their hands. And interestingly enough, we summon our third ID. How do we determine this is the correct ID, though? Beep. This is peculiar because we summon to... Ah. Okay. Pick one, pick two. Actually, that doesn't mean anything there. 4-3, 4-3, 3, summon 2. We say summon 0, which is not allowed. Then how do we summon beforehand? We say summon 1. Right? But summon 1 is not legal too, so there's a different ID that is being called. What is that ID? The card number? So maybe we can do card number instead in reference on that. And then card number equals cards I that card number. And then we do pick card number. So if that doesn't work here, because we're just doing 0, 1, or 2. So we actually ignore that. But we are going to keep the card number in. So that way, whenever we pick a card here, so instead of index, we do card number. Card number instead of I. We're going to choose cards I dot card number. We're going to try that. Hopefully it works, but if that's not it, then we can just play around and see what else it might be. Because it does also have an instance ID that we can check against. We do also have, there's other things we don't have to worry about right now, but we'll add on to eventually. Okay. So I summon a 2, which has a score of 4. This has a score of 3. This has a score of 2.75, 2.75, and 2.5. Okay. So now we try to summon 4, but that is not legal. Interesting. So we still try to get the index. I should probably read the instructions, and that will tell me what exactly I need to do. The creature ID in your hand. So maybe it was instance ID instead. Oh, never mind. The identifier of the card. Oh, hello. There's a full list of this. That's actually pretty cool. Okay. So if we are going against a card number, because again, we just want to summon an ID. Summon the creature of instance ID. Oh! Instance ID. It is instance ID. Okay. So, JK on that. Good to know. Good to know. Let's try again. Do you build all deck by choosing carding code and AI to play it? Yep. So everything that we're coding is going to be controlled by a bot. We have to draw, we summon cards, and then we use cards to attack. And how I've programmed it right now, this is the initial stage, so I have nothing to base it on just yet. I calculate a score based on the attack and the defense, so attack and defense. And then I divide that number by the mana cost, because it's going to cost a lot to summon specific cards. And when I do that, it gives me a score representation. My goal is to raise the score as high as possible. And right now, that seems to potentially be an issue with cards that have very low mana, like 1 mana, and a total combined attack and defense of 4. So that's my strategy right now for choosing cards, which is why my distribution is a little weird. It kind of sticks to lower numbers. But I'm curious to see how this goes, actually. Nice! I'm summoning cards! Yes! Okay. What we're going to do next, now that we have correctly summoned the cards, and eventually I'm going to lose, but for now, we're in a good position right now. I will determine whether or not there's any cards in the field that can be played. So how do we do that? What information tells us what is in our draw? Have you tried any of the AI games, by the way, Zombie, or Are you like completely new to this as well? Actually, the answer, not to that question I just asked you, but to determining what is in your playable hand, should be in the documentation. Some of them? Ooh, do you have any favorites so far, or what have you tried? Oh, no MM for pod racers. Like, are you actually trying to code something that learns from its opponents and improves its own performance based on that? I'm scared now. I was thinking like if that was even possible. That'd be pretty cool actually. But dang, pod racers is pretty fun. I got stuck on bronze because collision just throws everything off. It feels very random. Recovery just seems so difficult. Not sure how to train it. That's okay. Thankfully, these AIs, you don't have to build LMs or any sort of machine learning. Thankfully. Because that would be its own painful process, which I only think, well, I mean, I guess you could do it in multiple languages, but Python, of course, is your go-to typically for that kind of stuff. But, yeah, no. Thankfully, these are the old kind of AI that, well, I grew up with these kind of AI. It's like when you play video games, there's bots going against you. They react based on how you do things with them. Yeah, those are my AI. Okay. We're ignoring the player, ruin and player draw. Opponent hand, the total number of cards in the opponent's hand. Okay, opponent actions, number of actions performed by the opponent during his last turn. The total number of cards in the board and in the player's hand. Okay. Sorry, I'm just reading through this real quick, then I will read chat. So it actually doesn't show how to read the cards. The thing I dislike is not being able to use multiple scripts like I do on my projects. Oh, kind of like different files. I thought I know for the escape rooms, you can summon new files. But other than that, yeah, I feel that. Everything on one page can get messy real fast. Especially for stuff like this. It's easy to keep track. I did figure out a solution though. I just figured out the solution. Let active cards. I'm just gonna set it to any type because I don't want to define a type for the object. Equals empty array. When we summon a card, we're gonna add it to this array. And we're gonna say active cards dot push. And index equal -1. Index equals 0. Cards at I. Add index. Tested it really quick once. It's a little like, especially for the battles when you can play against other people trying to write something. It's very, very scary to try to like just test once, make sure it passes. It's like, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and upload this. Screw the other tests, because it's against time, but you also have to make your code accurate, which I have found myself to screw up in that department a couple of times so far. But yeah, it's scary. It is for sure scary. I like to test as much as I can. I'm a safety kind of guy. Okay. We're going to use whatever we have in this hand. So else, if active cards about length is greater than 0, we're going to attack rather than summon a card. That is going to be the primary way of doing this. Oh, to the code escape thing that you tried once. You want to try this in team? Yeah. I hate that you have to play with other people in order to play the escape room. Which I guess makes sense. The purpose of escape rooms is to play with others, but I just wish they had solo runs. That'd be really nice. I haven't played on any on this this account. My main account I tried just the tutorial. And yeah. Not much of a fan. I just realized, by the way, we have to record the enemy's attack. So if they end up attacking our card and killing it, then I need to be able to discard the card. So I need to keep track of the health of the card. I don't know what health change is. I'm assuming that's how much damage you take for the card. But, wait, no, we have defense. We have defense. Yeah, never mind. Change. I'm trying to think of a strategy for this, so... Defense will be defense minus my health change. We'll do it like that, I suppose. And then, whatever the defense is... If the defense goes less than 0, then that should be... Is that the way we want to do it? Will that even work that way? Because we have the cards here. I'm just going to try it. See what happens. What I do is adding a debug function to track stuff like that and comment it. I find it useful. Yeah. And that's why, it depends on the language you use as well. Because right now, I only have the debug for the list of cards, as you see here. Or actually, I have it for more. What else do I have the debug on? Oh, player draw. I can get rid of this now. No, it's okay. It's good advice, and I'm glad you're sharing. Because it can get very easy to get lost in all this madness, trying to figure out what's going on. I'm glad they have debugging of some sort, at least logging to the console. I wish they had traditional debugging with line by line stepping, but you can't have it all. This is decent. So what happens? I want one of the cards. Oh, I timed out. Why did I time out? Oh! Okay. JK, we're gonna do this real quick. I did an oopsie. Tiffy, hello! Thank you for the hydrate. And how are you doing? Let's try it this way now. I think it looks a little bit better now. So we've got a lot more turns. Okay. So let's see. Fuck! I just realized we don't actually see what's in the hands. So I picked the wrong cards. We're gonna console log active cards. Where do we pick up active cards? Here. Okay. So use the coding an object-oriented method, so my debug function are usually called from the object itself. Yeah. So, like, wait. Are you saying that you put a console within your objects? Or whatever method you use to print to console? I'm like thinking about that now. Feeling eepy? I feel bad. I don't know how the hell I'm still awake right now, because I should be going to sleep soon, but I've become nocturnal. Ah! What do you mean action is not legal? What? Eh. I'll try it and come back later when you're streaming it. I followed you on both. Aw. Oh, okay. That's the thing I got earlier. Thanks for the follow there too. I will warn you, I'm pretty sporadic with streaming. That includes what I stream. So whether or not I stream this again will be a gamble. Though it's pretty fun. I wouldn't mind streaming it again, but yeah, hopefully I'll stream it again now. Because I'm having a lot of fun. Fuck, we're almost at 5 hours and I usually shoot for like 2 hours. Console log the error.write line. Sorry, console.error.write line. Oh, okay. Yeah, so for C#? Object.debug? Oh, I didn't know you could do that. That's actually trippy. I was about to say, like, how do you even call an object to debug? Anyways, best of luck with whatever you were trying, my dude. And if you do chat, I do hope to see. I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes for you. Is what I wanted to see there. No. All right. Create namespace. Oh, this is just okay. Namespace for the group of classes. Define the class. In the class, the class function. I'm not used to reading. Oh, unless that's supposed to be the constructor for class, which you just use the default modifier for. Try to remember with C#, that's protected, right? I always forget if the default is protected or internal for classes and class methods. Anyways, going back to this. Why are we now unable to summon a card, even though we had the instance ID defined? Oh, because I have the index at the wrong value. No wonder. No wonder. I don't know if that's actually it, but that is another bug. You just called them debug from that class object? Oh! Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you stopped by and say hi and hang out for a bit. I don't know how long I'm gonna, sorry, my mind's still blown that you can even do that with a debug function on an object like that. I need to test that now. VS? Do you do it there, or where do you write that? But, there we go. Anyways, I'm gonna shut up now about that. And, yeah, if I'm still streaming, I'll see you later. If not, hopefully we'll catch each other after, but, There we go. Now we are summoning. No, we're not. Why is it summon 4 is being a pain in the butt? Why? Sorry, my mind's just like all over the place right now. I can't tell what I'm saying right now. Need a parameter? We'll send copy of the vars, or if needed to change it, something to send a reference of the vars. I'm trying to comprehend that. Send copy of the vars, or if needed to change it. Oh, okay. Depending on what type it is, you can copy it and use that as the parameter. Or are you talking about with what I'm working? Use the parameter. I think the second, the latter is what you're saying, if I understand. Oh, JK. And C# like ref. Oh, the ref keyword. Okay. I always have to look up the difference between the ref and the out keyword, because I always get those two mixed up. They do the opposite thing, essentially, with how we handle a variable. But I just like, it's always like in and out. Summon Blue Eyes? All right there, Joey. Right, no, I forgot. Who was Yugi's original arch nemesis? Kaiba? I think it was Kaiba. Kaiba's Blue Eyes White Dragon, the three-headed Blue Eyes White Dragon. All right there, Kaiba. This is interesting. So we have 5, 1, and 11. We summon 13. Why did we summon 13? We have, okay. Let's go back to the original card we start with. We summon for 5. Even though I'm pulling the wrong fucking hand. That's why. I am pulling the wrong hand. Okay. I'm going to go crazy, but first, console.error, we're going to pull the other set of cards, and that's gonna be on cards. So this way we can look between the two, and that should be not you too, Lucy. Oh, sorry, fuck. I mixed up names. Kaiba robing Yugi's grandpa so he can tear his blue eyes. There's only there. No! I have never played, by the way, I have never played any of the Yu-Gi-Oh games. I've been tempted before though. And if they add that to the games, to any of the Master Duel games, or Deluxe, fuck, I forgot the name of the game. Of Kaiba essentially just robbing Yugi, or Yugi's grandpa from him. He just literally picks him up with like, sayonara, sucker, and takes him with. God, that's fucking morbid to think about, though. His blue eyes. I would definitely play it like, not even kidding. I would actually play the game. I would willingly play the game. Okay, so we pass on first turn because we have no mana. And then let's see. We summon 1 because we have the instance ID of 1 there. We summon 7 because we have the instance ID of 7. Summon 5, okay, makes sense. Summon 3, that is there. Summon 6, we do have a 6. We summon 9. Perfectly valid. Summon 13. Okay, there's our 4 that we've been waiting for. Why were we summoning the 4 earlier? That's what I want to know. That was a strange occurrence. Where the part where Kaiba just rips out Yugi's grandpa's eyeballs and uses it for his cards for a TCG. Essentially. I don't remember that episode of the anime, but apparently it was traumatizing enough. I had two 27s. You know what I should have been paying attention to? Along with this? What happens when we get attacked? So they attack my 1. I take 4 damage, so I should only have 1 health left. But right now I have 5. So that's where the opponent's actions takes place. Okay. Console.error actions card number and action. So I'm gonna give up on trying to figure out what the hell's going on with the mismatched card that's only happening with card number 4 for some reason. I'm pretty happy with where we're at. Now, I'm going to look at the card number in action, and then we'll be able to use that on the active cards. We go through the list, and whatever happens, if we detect that the card was hit, then we can determine whether or not the card is still in our hand. That's how we're going to do it. Your Twitch mobile kidnapped you to another stream when someone I had open earlier rated out? Oh! Are you saying that you got kidnapped against your will? Forced to watch someone that may or may not have been someone you wanted to watch? 1 second you were here, then you were there. That's okay. As much as I appreciate people being here, this is nerd shit. If you're interested in it, nice. If not, I don't blame you. Jokes aside, though, that is pretty weird, though. That is really interesting that it made you switch. And I thought I was the one here producing bugs. Twitch mobile, fix your shit. All right. Wait, does it? I thought it just only did it on the respective place you were watching. Wait, but you had someone open earlier, then you switched to my stream, and then you didn't go back to that stream, it sounds like, and then it rated you to another stream. It has its instance, doing something funky. Action 11. Summon 10. Okay. Damn. I don't know if you can hear that going through. Sorry if you can, but Jesus fucking Christ, someone's playing their music so loud. Okay, why? Okay, just do it. Thought you had to launch the raid actually, but I did not use it in yours. You have to, well, the thing is, if you're in someone else's stream and and the person that you're not watching at the time is raiding now, let's say you don't have their window open, it should just stay directly in the window. But if you're on mobile, I thought on mobile you could only watch one person at a time. So that means you'd be watching a separate person. And whatever happens in the current stream you're watching, that's what should be happening. Is whatever is going on in that current stream, not in the past stream. That's why I find that very interesting. It's like, that's the wrong instance. Okay. What we see here is an attack. I said that really weird. An attack 10-5. So what we're gonna do, got it. Let last attack equal, it's gonna be any type. I'm just gonna set it to an empty object. And then action equal card number and action dot This means we have to get a lot of information though, because we see the attack, ID card ID 10, referencing my card of, hold on. To attack creature ID 2 with creature ID 1. Okay. So they attack with their 10 on my 5? That doesn't sound... Yeah, it does sound right. Okay. So 10-5. So I have to find information about card 10. Where do I get that information then? Because opponent hand is just going to be like player hand. And it's just only going to have... Oh, unless... What I could do is record all the cards in the opponent's hand, and then keep track of any new cards that occur, see what happens with them, and get their attack from them. I think that's what I'm going to have to do. Because from what I'm seeing... Details equals split by push. What's even weirder is that the raid I got kidnapped from wasn't even for the stream I had opened directly before popping back in here. What the hell? So it was like a completely, by that point, irrelevant stream. As in like one you haven't even touched for a little while. I just want to know how that even works. I'm just like finding that funny. It's like, how would you even write logic to do that? Just like don't update it for a little while, or I don't even know. If action details at 2, which I need to write as something wrapped around parentheses. Well, I'm glad to have you back, Delusive. I'm glad to have you back. I'm going to do the easiest of the two, and else I'm going to say last attack equal empty object. We're going to say last attack is equal to attack, I'm going to say from, and I'm going to say that's from action details of 3. 2 would be action details of 4. And that will capture the monster that is attacking from, aka the opponent's from, and I'm attacking 2. The issue with this right now is I don't have the information about what is in the opponent's cards until I take it and extract it from the opponent's hand. So I need to console.error opponent's hand. Which I'm gonna add a nifty little message for that. But I think that's what we have to do. I have no idea, I have no clue what's typing here that just got sent. Nah, that's fair. You're just a victim of another crime. Why is the opponent hand a number? It is a size. Because it says number right there, Daniel. That makes sense. All right. So, opponent actions what do we see for opponent actions? I should still have the card number in action. Oh, you know what this actually means? If we can determine what the opponent draws in their hand, then we can put it into the list, and then we can search for it based on instance ID. And that will match the attack that they have onto our card that they attack. I definitely understand this, definitely. If it makes you feel better, Lucid, I barely understand this myself. Because they have to make this so hard. They can't give me the information about what's in the opponent's hand. So I have to do like this crazy workaround where I have to store the opponent's information into a hand I'm making myself that I can't use. And then, once I have that, then I can determine how much... So, you know how... Let's say... I was about to say Pokemon for some reason. Let's say in Yu-Gi-Oh! When you attack with someone's card, an opponent attacks you, you have to look at their attack, and then you have to look at the card they're focusing on for their damage, or for their defense. So, you determine, is their attack enough to destroy the card's defense? If so, then it destroys the card. If not, then it just lowers the defense a little bit. So it's pretty easy for us to see what the opponent would be holding there. They have the card that they use. We can see their attack they have. We know our card's defense that they attack because we can see that ourselves. In this, it's not as easy to see because the only thing that we're given from this program is the number of the card. We have to store what the attack and defense of each card is, not only for ourselves, but for the opponent, because for some reason, the program doesn't want to tell us what the opponent's attack does to us. It just tells us, all right, this is the card that we're attacking you with, and this is the card that we're attacking. You have to tell us now, the program saying this to us, you have to tell us now what the attack is of the card we just used against you. And then you also tell us what your defense is. And it's like, you'd give that to me anyways. You already have that information. But no, it doesn't want to. It has to be it has to be very special with us. It'd be like, we're making you doing the work now. So now I'm just like knocking my head against the wall, being like, how do you determine the information of the cards? So we're doing very, very sus stuff where we capture what the opponent does. So let's say, for example, they draw a card. I choose to draw a card. They summon a card. We need to get that summon right here. Which I need to remember where it was. So else if action details at 2 equals summon, we can do this. I believe in us. I believe in us. Then we can say, but opponent's cards, any, equal an array. And we have the ID of the opponent's instance. We now need to figure out what the ID or what the attributes of the opponent's card is. We have card number in action. We have action details, which is this guy right here. We have this nifty little sheet of information we could possibly use, but that would mean making 160 lines of data, which, no thank you. I shouldn't have to do that. I have to pee, but I'm also determined enough to keep on working on this. But static classes seem to work fine too for some stuff. For with what you're working with, or for this zombie? Sorry, I'm so locked in that I can only see this right now. This makes me think of something, actually. We need to know what's in the opponent's hands at all time. The reason being is if they have no cards in their hand, then we can attack them directly. Oh, for the public static class debugger. Static classes seem to work fine too for some stuff for debugging. Ooh, nice. That's pretty awesome, dude. I think by this point, I think I have hit a wall and trying to figure out where we can get the opponent's cards information from. This is the only thing stopping. If we can get the opponent's cards information, then we can essentially store that information and use it locally to then determine what the attribute is whenever we attack them or get attacked. Right now, the only thing that we see that can do that is from the opponent hand, which is just a number, the opponent actions, which is just a number, and the card number and action, which just tells us what ID value they're using for the cards. Instance IDs. I want to see what's being passed as the inputs. I would love to see it. System aside class to be able to write less repeated code. That's fair. I think that's a pretty nifty thing, especially when you don't have to initialize a class. You can just use it immediately. That is, when that's applicable, it's a very nice tool. Alright, we didn't finish this today, but I'd say we got decent progress. I just want to understand what we can do to get the opponent's information. That is what I need to do next. And if I have to write the full list of attack damage and, attack defense and mana costs onto a full list, and then later on determine their abilities that come with it later on, I'm not going to do this for long. I can say that with confidence that we're not going to be doing this for long. But I had a lot of fun today. I streamed for a lot longer than I planned to, but time flies when you're having fun, right? Anyways, thank you guys very much for swinging on by today. I'm gonna take a well-deserved piss. You guys should do the same if you need to. Eat, sleep, drink, water, eat food, and yeah, I want to do this on stream again. I'm not finished with where we're at. I don't work tomorrow, so maybe tomorrow. But I stream whenever I stream, so we'll see when it happens. For now, though, thank you guys very much for swinging on by. See you on the next one. Bye bye.